ERP stands
Yes.
for Enterprise Resource Planning Product. So basically, what it does is it takes care of all the back office work. It automates that. It streamlines that. It would streamline your business processes. So that is what an ERP software is. And PeopleSoft is a suite of ERP software applications, and it is now managed by Oracle. Earlier, PeopleSoft was a different company, but it was acquired by Oracle. And PeopleSoft has different products. So, say every organization will have
From how long
different
Oracle
needs for.
acquired one?
So I think around 20 years. So it's been a long
Oh,
time, and it is
okay.
a long-standing product in the market. Uh,
Mhm.
so and it has, like, every organization will have different needs. So say they will have different teams. They have a recruitment team. They have their team handling the terminations. They have a team which handles the HR work. They have team. They have travel desk. Any your claims and expenses. All these different teams work in an organization.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
for like for covering all these business processes, there are different products which are provided by PeopleSoft. So HR related processes are grouped under HCM. So there is a product, PeopleSoft HCM, which targets the work which is done by the HR teams, like HR related work. So your recruitment
Yeah.
will come in it,
HCM
your
stands
core
for.
HR, human capital management. It
Okay.
stands for human capital management.
Okay.
For targeting the finance related work and supply chain related work, you have PeopleSoft FSCM. So FSCM stands for financial supply chain management. And what it does is it takes care of your general ledger, your accounts payable, receivable, billing, supplier management, all those kind of things. So all your finance teams in the organization, they would use a product which would be basically any ERP FSCM product of that company. So PeopleSoft has a product for FSCM as well. For customer relationship management, we have PeopleSoft CRM. There is one product specially for the universities for handling the student financials, the student admission, the fees and all, and that is called Campus Solutions. So that is dedicated to the campus related work. That is Campus Solutions. Then Enterprise Performance Management, EPM. It's a data warehouse tool application, and it basically will tell you how your organization is performing based on the historical data. So it acts as a data warehouse. It gathers the data from different systems, and it will forecast. It will give you the forecast. It will give you the analysis how your organization is performing. So that is Enterprise Performance Management. However, this is not very much updated. People have started going to Oracle Cloud. So there is a cloud offering for EPM as well. So it is not very widely used product of PeopleSoft. Mostly you will find HCM and FSCM, which are widely used by the organizations. And if it is a university, it might be using CS as well. And CRM is also not that widely used. But HCM, FSCM, third is CS, then would come your CRM and then EPM. That's how you will most probably encounter with HCM and FSCM applications. And if your client is in university, you might encounter CS, Campus Solutions. So that is about the different products that PeopleSoft has. We will talk about the architecture. Before that, I would like to ask you, are you aware of different protocols? What is a protocol? What is a web server, application server?
Protocols is, HTTP and HTTPS. And somewhere I have heard about WebSphere.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
WebLogic also. WebLogic also somewhere.
Okay. So let's start with what a protocol is. So in a client server architecture, anyway, this is the client and say this is the server. So server is the one which serves the request, so which hosts some kind of a service which client can call on demand. So say if it is a web server, it advertises its website basically. So anyone who wants to access a website, let's go back to the diagram, that would be easy. So say if someone wants to access a website, there is something sitting on a server which is always listening to the requests, right? So whenever a client requests something, the server has to provide its
server
services.
in the sense, when you are calling a server, it is web server or app server, some
I'm
database.
talking about a generic term, server, what a server is. So server is anything that provides services, and client is someone who would consume those services. So in this case, for example, web server will host a website which is being listened for requests on an HTTP port. So that port on that server is always open to listen to HTTP requests, any incoming HTTP requests. Clients are the one who would send the request on demand. So whenever, say you want to access facebook.com, it's like whenever you put facebook.com, that website should be available, right? It's not that you would request now and it should be returned after 2 hours or 3 hours. So it should be like client can request on demand and the server has to provide that service immediately. And that communication happens through a protocol. So in a protocol, you would send a request and you would get a response. In this case, for example, browser is a software which is capable of sending HTTP requests. So browser is the client because it sends the request, and web server is the server because it receives the request and it provides the response. So whenever browser sends an HTTP request, web server's duty is to listen for that HTTP request, capture it, process it, and then return a response. So browser in this case is the client. It sends an HTTP request to the web server. Web server is supposed to give a response back to the browser in HTTP format. So protocol is basically the set of rules, set of how the data should be structured, how the response and request and responses should be structured. Those rules are protocols. So over the web, whatever is transferred, it is transferred majorly in HTTP protocol. So browser would send an HTTP request to the web server. Web server will respond with an HTTP response back to the browser. So in this case, it is browser is the client, web server is the server, right? Now take example of web server and application server. Here we have labeled them both as servers. But if web server is sending the request to application server, here the web server is a client now. And who is the server? Application server is the server. And the protocol that they use is called jolt. The message that web server sends is in this format. It sends a jolt request. And what is the duty of application server? It has to always listen, like, it should be, one port should be open where it listens for such requests. And web server will then send the request. App server is supposed to give back the response to the web server, right? So if we take these two boxes, web server is the client, app server is the server. Now here, taking example of app server and database. Now database has what? It has the data and it can provide you the data. That is the service it can provide. And that service can be invoked or that service can be consumed using SQL. SQL is the protocol. So what app server does is it connects to the database using TNS entry of the database, and it forms a SQL connection. It sends the request, And database, being the server, will respond to that request with the data that it stores. So if we take example of these two boxes, who is the client here?
App server.
Correct. So app server would act as the client, which would send the SQL request. Database will respond to that request by sending the data back to the app server. The next component is the batch server. So batch server would again act as the client for the database. It would get the data from the database. Now, so in PeopleSoft, you have first is the web application, which would be accessed by the end users. So PeopleSoft is a complete product and it has different components inside it. And one of the components is the web application, which is accessed by the end users. And we generally call it as PIA. So at work, you would see people saying, hey, PIA is down. When they say PIA is down, your web application is not accessible. That is what they mean. So PIA also stands for PeopleSoft Internet Architecture, right? So this is the first component in PeopleSoft. Second is People Tools. So People Tools generally is used to create these domains. Like you have web server domain, you have application server domain, you have batch server domains. So whatever we saw in this diagram, these are basically domains, and these are created with the help of something called People Tools. So PeopleSoft delivers the executables, PeopleSoft delivers the binaries using which you can set up the domains. Like you don't have to do it from scratch. It is a menu-based thing where you just choose the options, you edit some configuration file, and your domains are ready. And in People Tools, this is the first purpose of People Tools. The second is it comes with data migration as well as project migration tools like, say, application designer. So this is something used by the developers to create pages, components, menus. There are different objects in PeopleSoft. Those can be developed using application designer. Then you have data mover, which is basically used for data migration from one database to another. So we will go more in detail of what all things are there in People Tools. When we install People Tools, we'll see what all files are there, what all executables are there. But the primary purpose is to maintain the domains as well as you have, different tools used for data migration and development, and all those things. So that is People Tools, all right? And the third item would be the third-party products. So say PeopleSoft is an ERP. Now you would want it to do a lot of stuff. And earlier they used to use COBOL a lot in their processes. Now they've brought it down. There are, I think in finance, there are just a couple of COBOLs which are run majorly by the organizations. But there are some programs which use third-party products like COBOL, which is Visual COBOL in today's time. Earlier, it was a different product. Now, you usually use Visual COBOL. Then you would, there are, depending on the organization's, requirements, you would integrate it with something else as well. You might integrate Java applications with PeopleSoft. And so this is the third point. Now, what end users would interact on a daily basis is the web application, and it is called PIA, PeopleSoft Internet Architecture, or I think PeopleSoft Pure Internet Architecture. That is what they call it. So we will talk about PIA, how a transaction is done in the web application, how, like, what all stages, what all servers it hits during this online transaction. So let's start discussing that. So the end user will interact with that web application using a browser. So browser as in your Chrome, Edge, these kind of browsers, modern browsers. IE8 and all, they are not supported. The modern browsers, they're supported for PeopleSoft. That is how the end user will access the PeopleSoft application. Now, when a user carries out any activity on the application, say he clicks a button or he clicks on a lookup, he clicks on a drop down, that request will go to the web server in form of an HTTP request. So
Yes.
we'll see this practically when I am yet to set up the PeopleSoft application. Once I set it up, I'll show in the browser what requests are sent, how they are sent, what all details are sent to the web server. For now, you just understand that the requests are sent with this protocol HTTP. If you have installed SSL on your web server, that is to secure your communication, this protocol will change to HTTPS. So we will also talk about how to implement SSL um, in future lessons. But this could be HTTP or HTTPS depending on the configuration of your web server.
Okay.
Now, as soon as the web server receives your request, it does not know what to do with it. So basically, it is not aware of any business process, any business logic. So what it does is, it is just a set of servlets which would send the information received from the browser to the application server. Now, application server is the main brain of your PeopleSoft application. So the purpose of web server is just to act as a repository, just to serve the HTML back to the browser. So as soon as web server receives the HTTP request, it would forward that to application server using Jolt. So the request is received by the application server. And here uh, on the application server, what happens is, this is the main brain of your application. So it knows what to do with the request. So as soon as it receives the request parameters, it checks, okay, this is the page the user wants to access. This is what he has selected, say business unit or department account. These are the parameters that he has got. What it will do, based on those values, it will form the SQL. It will fetch the code from the database. It will execute the code. Wherever necessary, it will get the data from the database. And after getting all the information from the database, it will form the actual HTML. It will form the actual component, and it will send it back to the web server. And web server is going to send it back to the browser. And that's how the user will get the response.
Okay.
So any question till now?
No. What is the jolt?
Yeah. So yeah. So jolt is okay. Now let's get back to the notepad. So when we talk about application server, it is based on something called Oracle Tuxedo. So what Oracle Tuxedo is, it is an application server and transaction monitor system, right? And it, so for example, your ATM. So when you press some button on the ATM, it will go to the bank. It will, see if your details are correct and then give the response back. Now, say if something goes wrong in between, you would expect that the whole transaction would be rolled back, correct? Your, what do you say? Your money is not deducted, or it should show you proper message on the screen, something like that. So Oracle Tuxedo is for that. What it does is, it will track the whole transaction. And if something goes wrong in the middle, it will roll back everything. So that's the purpose of Oracle Tuxedo. And PeopleSoft application servers are built on this Oracle Tuxedo software. So using Oracle Tuxedo, you would create application server domains. And as I said that you don't have to do it from scratch, we have people tools which would support this. So it is just a menu-based thing. You choose options, you choose the configuration, and that's it. Your application server is configured, and it is ready to be up. Now, this Oracle Tuxedo is not a very new thing. It's a very old and robust technology. And earlier it has interfaces. So it's not that everything in the world will be based on Java or everything in the world will be based on COBOL or Fortran or something like that. So it started long back, and it had interfaces for Corba, for COBOL, for other languages as well. Now, as the internet developed, Java language was introduced, and applications were being written in Java. So Oracle Tuxedo needed to listen to Java requests as well. It had to provide an API for Java language as well, right? So
Yes.
that is where Jolt comes in. So Jolt actually is an API to understand the requests sent from a Java application, Java client. So if you go back to the diagram, this web server, the majorly used web servers are your WebSphere, IBM WebSphere, and Oracle WebLogic. And these are Java-based web servers. So they're basically, if you talk about web servers, they're basically J2EE containers. They are Java applications for enterprise, J2EE containers, which has, servlets, your normal Java files, you have, all these things. That is how a web server is made. Now, being like WebLogic being a Java application, it can only talk in Java. It can only talk uh, to an interface which supports Java. So application server Tuxedo has an
Hello. Hello. Mohan, you are not audible. Hello.
So, and let me know if I'm going too fast or you're not able to understand something. You can stop me and I will go into detail in that subject. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, okay.
So, so what? So the takeaway from this is web servers are basically Java running something on Java, and Oracle Tuxedo needs to understand the request sent through a Java application, Java client. That's where Jolt comes in the picture. Jolt is just an API on Oracle Tuxedo, which would understand. It is a Java API on Tuxedo, which would understand the request sent by the Java application, right? So,
Okay.
does this make it clear, or you have any questions here?
In the sense, web server, in the sense, we need to install WebLogic. Whereas
Yes.
app
So
server, we
now
need to
let
install
me
Tuxedo.
correct. So let me clarify this thing. So WebLogic, okay, WebLogic. I'll give you more examples so that you can relate. WebSphere, you can say Apache HTTP server, say Tomcat. These are all very widely used web servers. So what are these? These are the products which would help you host your website. These are not the actual websites, right? These are the products which would contain your websites, which are containers for your website. And what you would do, you would create a website, say my website, right? And you would create, say, a WAR file, web archive file, and you would place that web archive file, say, in WebLogic's root folder or Tomcat's root folder. It will start serving your website. So these are the products which will help you host a website. These are not the actual websites. When we say WebLogic, WebLogic is not related to PeopleSoft at all, or WebSphere is not related to PeopleSoft at all. On WebLogic, you can host 1,000 different kinds of Java applications, right? So PeopleSoft is just one application which works with these two softwares. Majorly, these are the supported web server softwares. So similarly, in PeopleSoft, you would have something called portal.war. Now we talked about PIA, right? This architecture where user would send something from the browser. It would go to the web server, application server database. So on the web server, there is a website which is handling that. So which is known as portal.war. Right? All your integrations, for example, they are handled by psigw.war. So these website files, web archive files, they are present in your WebLogic domain, and that WebLogic domain is built on top of WebLogic software. Similarly, you have Oracle Tuxedo. You can write your own C programs. You can write your own COBOL programs. You can write your own Java programs on Tuxedo and display them, advertise them as services. And you can have different Java clients consume those services. So Tuxedo is basically a software which supports all these technologies. You can have you can advertise your services using Jolt API. Some Java application, which is in this case portal.war or psigw.war, it will consume those services by sending you requests on Jolt port. So that is what Tuxedo is. To give you an analogy, WebLogic is similar to Tuxedo. So WebLogic is a software product on which websites are hosted. Similarly, Tuxedo is the product where you would have app server domains, or for that matter, batch server domains. Both of these are created on top of Tuxedo, using Tuxedo, right? So in this architecture, this would sit on WebLogic, like it would be supported by WebLogic. These two components, application server and batch server, these would be using Oracle Tuxedo.
Yes.
Is it clear now?
Yes, clear.
Yeah. So what we are concerned with as PS admin are this. We should know what is there in PeopleSoft website, how to configure a domain, what all are the configuration files. Same with here. We don't have to know what Tuxedo is, what are the configuration files for Tuxedo. We have to know what app server domains are, how to configure them, what are the configuration files, main configuration files, where to look for logs. All those things we are concerned about, right? Then coming to the database. So this should be an RDBMS, and the widely used are Oracle, and you have MySQL, and then you have DB2, which is an IBM product. So mostly in organizations, you would find Oracle. Oracle is used with PeopleSoft. So your database is either of these. So it is most probably Oracle. It could be MySQL or DB2, right? And then we have already talked about batch servers. Now in this diagram, you would see some two components are in light blue color, other are in dark blue color. So the dark blue color ones, they are in scope of a PS admin. So browser, it is just a client, right, to access your website.
Yes.
You just have
Yes.
to follow the certification metrics and inform the users that these browsers are supported. But web servers, app server, batch servers, you have to make them, you have to configure them, you have to make sure it is up, it is properly configured, able to serve your application. And database, generally there is a separate database team, but you might have to support that team by you doing very basic activities. Say there is some performance issue, they ask you for a session ID of a long running process. You should be in a position to provide that information. So you need basic information about the database as well. And in some organizations, PeopleSoft, like they call it PeopleSoft DBA. So it's PeopleSoft admin plus some activities on database related to PeopleSoft. So they would generally take care of the refreshes and all, which is like which falls under PeopleSoft DBA's umbrella, not under PeopleSoft admin. So admins generally they look after the web server, app server, batch server, and other components we would discuss maybe tomorrow. So there are not just three components. There is an extended architecture where you have several other components that will be managed by a PeopleSoft admin. So any questions on this so far?
No. No.
Okay. Let's
So
go
as
to
a
the next
PeopleSoft, we
slide.
need to, as a PeopleSoft admin, we have to involve web server, app server, and this is batch server, right?
Batch server when we talk about PIA, but there are other components like COBOL that you have to install,
So
Elasticsearch,
no
Kibana.
need to bother about database, right?
Yeah, not so much. Sometimes they might ask you to do the refreshes and all, but usually they would have a standard script that you have to execute. So they would copy the data from production, place it somewhere, and then you have to restore it on your non-prod database. So those things are generally very standardized. It does not need specialized DBA knowledge. You would not be doing very much of performance tuning or looking at the sequels, looking at the processes. No, not that.
Okay.
So let's talk about the responsibilities of PeopleSoft admin. So the primary responsibility of a PeopleSoft admin is to set up a PeopleSoft application, which means you would install and configure all the components. So some examples are web, app, batch servers, but there are other components which you have to install and configure. That is the primary responsibility. Second is environment management. Like say you have a non-prod refresh. So you might not refresh the database, but you have to carry out some activities pre-refresh and post-refresh. So pre-refresh, you have to take some data backup, which you want to retain. Then when the refresh is done, you would reapply that data, like you will remigrate that data to the non-prod database to restore it as it was earlier. So those kind of activities you would take part in. You would apply the patches, you would do the migrations as in the code migration, like from dev environment to test environment, test to UAT to prod, something like that. So PeopleSoft admin generally takes care of that as well. And then weekend maintenances, so bouncing of the servers, clearing cache of the servers, migrations again come, like if it is a prod migration, it would happen on a weekend. So those kind of activities, the patching activities, those kind of activities will be part of your weekend maintenance. And there is a specific protocol that is followed. For example, you would first inform the stakeholders, you would bring the services down, what all you have to bring down. You would do your activity, you would clear the cache of the domains, you would bring it up, communicate again. So those kind of things are to be done by PeopleSoft admin, and I'll cover that in our sessions. Next is optimize web app batch servers for good performance. So how many domains you should create, how they will be load balanced, how much load an app server can take, how much memory to allot. All those things fall under PeopleSoft admin's responsibilities. So you have to take those decisions as well. You have to tweak the parameters for these components. Next is create and manage user accounts roles. So security basically. So the PeopleSoft security. So generally In an organization, you would have an ITSM tool, a service management tool, like say ServiceNow or BMC Remedy. So you would get these kind of requests through these kind of tools, and you would action on those tickets. So like create a new role, assign a permission list, all those things. So we'll talk about PeopleSoft security as well. Then monitor and review security logs, audits to detect and respond to security issues. We'll talk about different logs, what to look for in those logs. So app server logs, web server logs, your audit tables in database. So all those things a PeopleSoft admin will look at. So say someone asks you how many users were logged in during this to this time, right? So give me that data. So you should know from where to get that data. Next is monitor system health. So you have to make sure the application is up and running according to the SLAs decided by your client. So decided by like they have the uptime SLA. Depending on that, you have to you would monitor the system health. If something goes down, you would troubleshoot. You would bring the service back up. All those things. And track and respond to system alerts. So say if CPU is high on some server or storage is occupied, you don't have free space on some server. So all those things you have to take care. And for this, you would need basic Windows and Linux knowledge. So have you worked on Linux or Windows servers earlier?
No, Mohan. Some
Okay. So
some basic commands I know in Linux.
Okay. So basic are enough. You would need around, I will give you a list of 20, 30 commands. You just go through those and you should be good to perform the basic activities. Then diagnose and resolve issues related to applications. So any issues, if you find with respect to the domains, you have to troubleshoot those. Then regularly test backup processes to ensure this comes under backup plans. So you would not risk your data, right? So say you have your on your server, you have all the domains, the configuration files and all. You would regularly back them up, say weekly backup or daily backup. So those kind of backups are taken, and periodically you would test that backup plan. So say you have written in the plan that you would restore this file. So you have to actually go and perform that restoration with the help of backup team. So generally organizations have a different backup team. So you have to coordinate with those people and you have to run through those exercises. So that is also
when we call about backup. So I heard about in database that is DBA task, right? Backups.
I'm talking about the file backups as well, not just the DB backup. So for example, you have app server domain, right? You have web server domain. And in the app server, you have psapp.srv.cfg. This is an important configuration file which would contain your how much memory is allocated, how many processes, say, jolt processes are there. So your handlers are there, how many, your SMTP settings and all. So this information is something you would want to retain. And if some files are created, if some files are modified, there are some files as well maintained on these servers. So you have web server, you have file server. So generally on the file server, you will have different kinds of programs, SQRs and COBOLs and all of that. You would want to make sure that these backups are taken regularly. So your Windows and Linux teams, they would take file backups. Those are majorly, weekly, daily, but daily backups, for example. So so you have backup frequency.
In company, people, what we call as like PeopleSoft admin or PeopleSoft DBA.
Okay, so there are two terms, PeopleSoft admin, right? Then there is PeopleSoft DBA. Then there is PeopleSoft architect. Now they've come up with this term as well, PeopleSoft architect. Then there is something called PeopleSoft Upgrade Specialist kind of a
Okay.
role. So what happens is PeopleSoft admin is someone who would do the admin related tasks, all the tasks that are mentioned here in this slide. These are the basic, like daily tasks, not the basic ones. You would deal with the application a lot. So you would work very closely with the application. That is PeopleSoft admin.
Okay.
PeopleSoft DBA is an admin which who has some knowledge on database activities as well, like refreshes, like basic activities. That is PeopleSoft DBA. Then
Okay.
PeopleSoft architect is someone who would design the whole application, like say depending on the requirements, high availability requirements, your uptime requirements, your criticality of the application. Based on these parameters, he would decide how many load balancers are required, what all DNS is, uh, like what should be the style of load balancing. Say, should it be round robin, or there are some uh, like you have round robin, then you have something called 5 tuple hash, 3 tuple hash, all those things. So
Okay.
these are out of scope for an uh, for a PeopleSoft admin. Generally, the architect takes care of it. You would decide how many LBs, DNS, provisioning, then your number of web servers, your number of app servers, batch servers, right? He would also take into account the observability, like Dynatrace and Grafana, all those things. So all these things are handled by PeopleSoft Architect. And there is someone called PeopleSoft Upgrade Specialist who would deal only with the upgrades. So you majorly have two types of upgrades: People Tools upgrade, and then you have application upgrade. So People Tools upgrade is a little bit smaller thing which can be done on regular basis. So this is something which is released more frequently. Application upgrades, these are basically very old applications running on older versions. They are to be brought to the latest version. That is application upgrade. And then you have PUM to apply the images. But PeopleSoft admin can also take care of these things. So People Tools upgrade will involve your PeopleSoft admins as well. Your applying PUM images is now a very common task for a PeopleSoft admin. So these two roles are very coinciding. So you might do these activities as well. You would participate in these activities as well. So you should have knowledge on at least People Tools upgrade and PUM images, how to apply PUM images, because this will be a frequent activity for you. PUM images at least. People Tools upgrade maybe yearly or 2 yearly once. PUM images have every 3-4 months. I think every 4 months it releases a new image. So based on your organization's need, they would ask you to extract a bug fix and apply it on some environment. So that is a very common activity. So you would do this more commonly, images. Then the next common thing is People Tools upgrade, which happens like 18 months, 24 months, once in 24, 18 months. And then application upgrade, which is like a one-time activity for any organization who is running PeopleSoft application on an old version. So right now, PeopleSoft application is on 9.2 version. So when you say PeopleSoft, it is PeopleSoft 9.2. Earlier, there were 9.1 and 9.0 applications as well. When I started my career, PeopleSoft was on 9.0, and I think 9.1 was also released. And then after I completed like 3-4 years, 9.2 was released. So now the latest version is 9.2, and they are not going to go to any more version than this. Like there will be no 9.3 after this. So 9.2 is the last version. How they manage now is they manage it through PUM images. So they would regularly release the bug fixes in images. So that image has to be applied on your environment to keep it latest. That is how the upgrade is done now. So you sometimes call PUM image, you would call it PUM upgrade as well. So PUM upgrade means you would apply the whole image to your environment. So when you ask someone on which application version he is, he would say PeopleSoft 9.2 image 47. That is how they
Okay.
call it. So for example, for one of my clients, it is PeopleSoft 9.2 image 38. So he's on an older image, but that is fine as well, unless it is impacting your critical functionality. Organizations do not usually touch the application. If some bug, like they identify some issue with the process, they would extract that bug fix from the latest image and apply it on this. But the image will stay on 38. We'll discuss more on this. Let's not
Okay. Yeah.
go into deep. So basically, what I want to say is PeopleSoft 9.2 is the current version. It is the latest version. The fixes are released in form of images, like image 47, 48, 49, something like that. People like your clients might be on an older image. That does not mean that they have not applied any fixes from the latest environment. They might have applied, but only a few fixes, which are impacting their functionality, right? If you go from 9.0 to 9.2 or 9.1 to 9.2, that is called application upgrade, right? If you go from image 38 to 39, image 38 to 42, something like that, that is called PAM upgrade. Now, we said that we have people tools as well for creating your domains, web application, all of that. So right now, the latest people tools is 8.61, right? And some of my clients are on 8.58, 8.60, right? And this people tools usually impacts, it usually does not impact the business functionality. It is more for the look and feel, any delivered debug functionality, utility functionalities, all those kind of things. So this is this does not change your business processes. It just takes care of the look and feel and other stuff of the application, right? So people tools. So when you ask someone what is your PeopleSoft version, they would say we have PeopleSoft 9.2 on image 47 with people tools 8.61, or say image 47 with people tools 8.60, right? And this is released around every 18 months. So once you get this new people tools version, they would test it on dev environment, then test environment, then UAT, then prod, something like that. And when you upgrade this version, say from 8.60 to 8.61, that is called people tools upgrade, right? So you have two components. One is your application and one is your people tools. So your application version is 9. It can be either 9.0, 9.1, 9.2. People tools, it is majorly you would find clients on 8.60, which is the second latest version. 8.61 is already released. People have started applying 8.61 as well. My current client is still on 8.60. So if you upgrade from one version to another on people tools, it is people tools upgrade. If you upgrade from 9.0 to 9.2, 9.1 to 9.2, that is application upgrade. When you upgrade this number from 38 to 42, 43, 45, that is called PAM upgrade. Any questions on this?
No more. Not now. When we are installing, and that time maybe
Yeah.
we will get.
Sure. And if you ask me what role I play the PeopleSoft architect role now. So I'm handling one project where we're migrating the on-prem application to cloud. So for that, we have to design all these things. I've worked as a PeopleSoft admin mostly for about 10 years now. And I've been working as an admin as well. I do take care of people tools upgrade and all. But in this project, I'm doing this work. Okay, let's move back to our responsibilities. I'll try to close it as soon as possible. Maybe I'll take 5-10 minutes more, and then we will end for today. Yep. So next is regularly test backup processes, and these are just the basic activities. I don't want to miss on any activities. I don't want to miss on discussing anything that you are not aware of. So say at your work, people say, hey, look at the backup restoration plan and tell me if it is correct or not. You should be in a position to, it should not it should not sound very alien to you, right? So you should be aware
Yes.
of these. We definitely will not go into much detail on every activity, but I want you to be aware of all these things, all the terms.
Okay.
Then you have disaster recovery plans. So basically, we talked about this high availability and these things, right? So what happens is every client will have an application which is on his primary site, say a primary site. If it is an Indian client, say it is in Hyderabad, and then there is a secondary site, or they call it the DR site. DR means disaster recovery,
Okay.
which is in say somewhere in
other
Mumbai,
country or other state, whatever it is.
any location, right? So what happens is the application is up on the primary site. Again, it depends on the configuration. There are different types of configurations. For example, there is active, or you say hot configuration, where your site is up on, say you have site 1 and you have site 2, right? Both of these are PeopleSoft sites connecting to some database which are synced in the background. So hot means both the sites are up at the same time. One load balancer is taking care of distributing the requests. So the end user will hit the load balancer will distribute the requests between these two sites. That is hot. Both are up. When both are up, it is called hot. When one is up and one is down, like you want the site which is in Hyderabad to be up. If something happens to the site which is in Hyderabad, if something happens to the data center which is in Hyderabad, you would bring up the site which is in Mumbai. That configuration is hot cold. So at one time, only one is up, the other one is down, right? Then you have something called hot warm. So both the sites are up, but users are connected to only Hyderabad site. So something goes wrong, the user is automatically redirected to site 2 without, knowing, like without the user experiencing any downtime. That is hot warm. So to perform these activities, you have a proper plan, disaster recovery plan. So say if something happens to Hyderabad site, what would happen? First thing is PS admin is going to get an alert. Say for example, then PS admin is going to do this activity, like check the connectivity to this server. Then PS admin is going to involve the network team, say to switch the DNS, or he is going to involve the Windows team to bring the secondary servers up. So something like that. So it has a series of steps that you would perform during a DR, right? And it's not very common for a site to go down. That is very unusual, correct?
Yes.
But you have to test it periodically. Say if something goes down and then you come to know that Mumbai site is not functioning at all, what would you do? So you don't want to encounter that kind of a situation. So you have to run a DR plan every year or every 6 months, depending on the organization's requirement.
Hey, data enthusiasts,
So that is
ever feel
what
like your
is called
database
DR
skills need a
exercise.
serious upgrade?
PeopleSoft
Well,
admin
buckle
has
up because
to
MySQL
participate in
DBA is
PeopleSoft
about to
DR
rock your
exercise.
world. Imagine having the
Got it?
power to manage massive amounts of data with lightning fast
Like, he will
retrieval
have
and
some activities
ironclad
in that.
security.
Say,
That's
you
what
would bring up
MySQL brings to the
documents on the
table.
secondary side,
Now you might be
test
thinking,
the
but I'm no
connectivity,
tech
sanity
wizard.
checks,
Don't
all of
worry.
that.
GoLogica's
So
MySQL
you would
DBA
also
training
play a
has
role.
got you covered.
Then
From
you would apply the
installation to advanced
software update, patches,
troubleshooting,
fixes,
we'll turn you into a
applications
database
that we've already
dynamo.
discussed,
And the
that
best
will
part? The
be
job
user
market
upgraded
is
on.
hungry for
Then
MySQL
test
experts.
patches
We're
one
talking
for
big names like
that is
Oracle,
also part
IBM,
of
and
the patching.
Accenture. So,
Then manage
are
and
you
apply
ready to level up your
customizations
career and become a
configuration.
data management
So
superhero? Let's
this
dive into the
migrations,
world of
your code
MySQL
migration,
DBA.
the development team will customize some objects. They will ask you to migrate. So all those customizations will be applied by you. Oversee integrations with other systems. So PeopleSoft is an ERP. Now ERP, what generally happens is ERP would act as a central database. It acts as a source of truth. So for example, if you have HCM application, PeopleSoft HCM, and if say no, if he was hired on say 5th of September, so and then you have your say resignation application, termination and resignation, which is say built on some other technology. So termination application, from where it will come to know that's when Sinu joined. It would come to know from the HCM application. So it would send a request to HCM saying that, hey, give me the joining date of this employee. So he would get the detail from here. So ERP is a central database which most probably acts as a single source of truth for any organization. So all the applications built around it will integrate with your ERP application using the integration technologies provided by PeopleSoft. We'll go into detail in those topics, but for now, just understand that many systems will connect to your ERP system, and you have to take care of those integrations as well. You have to monitor those integrations. So oversee integrations with other systems. Next point is use tools like Data Mover, Application Designer, which we have discussed are part of People tools for data import migration tasks. Then documentation is a very important part of your work. So any changes you do in the configuration, anything you have built newly, all those documentations have to be done by the admin. Any SOPs, say some issue occurred, right? Say uh, there is one issue one, which has occurred on say 2nd of August. Now the same issue happened again on 4th of September. Now when issue first occurred, Sinu was on job. He was a smart guy. He troubleshooted it and he fixed it in 10 minutes, right?
Okay.
Issue one happened again on 4th September. Now someone else is on job, Mohan, who is not very smart. He took 3 hours to debug that and fix that. Would your client like this?
No.
He will not like this kind of scenario, right? If
Yes.
issue is reoccurring, everybody in the team should know how to fix it, and he should be able to refer to some document so that he can fix that issue immediately. So those kind of procedures, the standard procedures, are called SOPs, standard
Yes.
operating procedures. Those are
Okay.
basically Word documents, right, with the steps. So if
Okay.
you encounter an issue, client asks you for an RCA. RCA stands for root cause analysis, right? So generally what happens, issue happened, you fixed it, client would say, give me the RCA, root cause analysis. What exactly happened, why it happened, and how it will not happen in future. So how it will not happen in future, and in case if it happens, what to follow, SOPs. So those documentation you have to do as part of your job. Right? Then next is generate and analyze reports and related to performance. So you might have to write some scripts, you might have to get some reports from the database. So all those things will be part of your job. Say someone said, how many processes ran for more than 1 hour? Get me the report. So you should know the table names. You should know how to write simple SQL statements, how to get the data. You should know what to Google. Like not everybody will be very competent in SQL, right? So you should know what to search, where to look for the information to get get the reports, get the information from your system. So that is also part of like your daily activities. Then provide technical support to end users. The end user is saying, hey, I'm not able to upload this document. What should I do? So you will have to work on those kind of tickets to see, what has gone wrong. You might have to connect with the user. All those things are also your responsibility. Any question on this?
No, Mohan.
Show you what it is. It is PeopleSoft architecture fundamentals. So we discussed about PeopleSoft internet architecture PIE, right? And we discussed about these components: browser, web server, application server, database, process scheduler server. So what those are, you can read on these topics, what a database server is, application server. You would get more details on this. So whatever we have discussed, like I'm sure that we cannot cover the whole documentation that Oracle has provided, but I want you to go through the document on your own. If you find anything that you don't understand, I am happy to explain that to you. But I'll try my best to, introduce you to all the topics which would be helpful at your work, and you will not face any problem. Right? So go through this document, go through architecture fundamentals, database server, application server, scheduler, web server, server configuration options, and implementation options. These 4-5 pages, you go through them. We'll discuss maybe tomorrow in the first 5 minutes if you have any questions, or we will move to the other topics. Upon the basics, just to recap what we've studied, and Meera can also, like I can go through the basics quickly, and if there is any doubt you have, I can stop and explain it. Yeah. So, Meera, you are aware of the products that PeopleSoft provides, right? And you are already working on PeopleSoft, so you might be knowing that it has, like, you've worked on campus solutions, but it has products for HCM, FSCM, CRM, EPM, etc. So these are some of the products that PeopleSoft provides. So HCM is basically for HR related activities, your recruitment and offer letters and your leave and timesheet and all those kind of stuff. Then FSCM is basically for your financials and supply chain. So your accounts receivable, payable, billing, then your general ledger. So that is the FSCM application. Then CRM is for customer relationship management. So basically for if you have a retail store or something, you can use CRM application. Campus solutions, you're very well aware, it is used by the universities for student financials and uh, activities related to back office work related to universities. Then the last one is this EPM, which is basically a data warehouse. EPM stands for Enterprise Performance Management. So you can see and forecast your company's performance. You can deep dive into it's kind of an data warehouse and analytics application. It is not in use very much, and organizations have started adopting newer technologies. So it could be Oracle EPM Cloud or any other data warehouse product. So these are the common products. And then in the architecture, you might have seen the video, right, Meera? Like where we were talking about this.
Yes, I have seen that.
Yeah. So we are going to deep dive into these components today. So which will cover the basics as well. So I'll skip this part. Next up is the PS admin responsibilities. So what a PeopleSoft admin does. You can go through this slide. Maybe I can take this up separately. I can go through this list separately with you. I'll just skip this part as well for today. I'll go more into the architecture, what each component does, how it does it, right? And before doing that, I want you to be familiar with some of the terms which are related to PeopleSoft. So I've listed some of the terms here, and like it would be better if we are aware of these terms before we go to the architecture or before we start learning more about PeopleSoft. So let me go to this slide. Yeah. So Mira, there are two parts. One is the application, your PeopleSoft application, and when someone asks you which application version you are on, let me go to the notes. You would say you are on PeopleSoft 9.2. 9.2 is the application version, right? And then there is something called People Tools. So there are tools for your development, data migration, your software is required to support application server, web server, these kind of domains. And that set of tools, that set of binaries is packaged as something called People Tools. And there is a different version to it. So 9.2 is your application version, and People Tools version will be different. It starts with 8 dot something. So the latest tools version right now in the market is 8.61 as of now, right? And you know that PeopleSoft delivers the bug fixes through something called PUM images. PUM stands for PeopleSoft Update Manager, and it releases image like every quarter, every I think around 4 months. So there is a like your application is associated with an image number that you've applied fully. So if you have applied say image 47, image 47 will contain all the bug fixes released till image 47. So in case you have applied this image to your full application, then you would say my application is PeopleSoft 9.2 and the product as well. For example, if it is FSCM, so you would say PeopleSoft FSCM 9.2 image 47, which means that you have applied all the bug fixes which were released till image 47. Is this clear?
Yes, Mohan, it's clear.
Yep. And talking about People Tools generally does not affect your application functionality. It has more to do with the look and feel and other capabilities that specific to data migration or any development enhancement, any look and feel enhancement, any configuration enhancement, those kind of things which will not affect your application, the way your application works, your modules work. Those kind of things will be covered in People Tools upgrades. So the current People Tools version in the market is 8.61. This is the latest one, and it is released every 18 months. So about like your organization might require you to upgrade the People Tools version say every 20-24 months. Like once this is released, you'll have to apply it on some environment, test it, then move it to another environment, test it, something like that. So this is the application and People Tools version. So People Tools, what People Tools is? People Tools is a suite of development and administrative tools used to build, customize, and manage PeopleSoft applications. So basically, all your development tool, all your configuration tool, uh, mm, uh, like to support your application, you need a lot of things, right? So for example, let me give you some examples. Say developers would need something to develop the application, so that would be your application designer. Then for data migration, you would use DMS scripts, that is through data mover. Then you run something called Envision reports, and that is supported by psnvs.exe, which is delivered with People Tools. There are PeopleSoft processes, different kinds of PeopleSoft processes. Those are also supported by People Tools. So for example, your application engine, that is taken care by psae.exe, right? So these kind of tools, these kind of binaries, when they're packaged together, that is called People Tools. Got it?
Yes, yes.
Now next is DPK. So earlier what used to happen, all these things, like there are other softwares as well which are needed to support this, say Tuxedo, WebLogic, Oracle database, and other stuff that was to be deployed manually. So earlier, what we used to do is you require say WebLogic, you require say Tuxedo, you require say JDK, which is your Java, basically, and then say you require Oracle database, your Oracle PeopleSoft database to be specific. Now, all these things, these are then say you required COBOL. Earlier, there was some other product for search framework, but now it is something called OpenSearch. Just a few months ago, it was Elasticsearch, which has been replaced by OpenSearch. Basically, it is the same product. The only difference is Elasticsearch has now moved to a licensed version, like you have to pay for Elasticsearch. OpenSearch is the open version of it. Like, it is the fork of Elasticsearch 7.10. So it is basically a copy of AS 7.10, which was the last free version of Elasticsearch. And this is an open source project which is being continued and which is being used as a replacement for Elasticsearch in PeopleSoft as well. But functionality wise, configuration wise, everything is same in Elasticsearch and OpenSearch. It is very, very similar. So, for search framework, you use OpenSearch now, starting from I think 8.60, some minor version. So starting from 8.60, you use OpenSearch. And on the initial versions of 8.60, we still had Elasticsearch. So for my current client, it is on 8.60 and they are using Elasticsearch. But if we had to upgrade now, we would use OpenSearch instead of Elasticsearch. So these kind of softwares were to be deployed manually. So you would go download WebLogic from Oracle site. You would go download Tuxedo from Oracle site. You would install them manually. Now, what they have done is to make the process simpler. Now, everybody knows that you need WebLogic, Tuxedo, JDK, PeopleSoft database to stand up a full PeopleSoft environment. Now, and it is required in a specific sequence. It is required with a specific configuration. So all that is known, what they've done is they've automated this process of deployment and they are packaged as DPKs. So DPK stands for deployment package kit. So deployment package is a pre-configured set of files and scripts. So you get these binaries as well as the script, which will automate it. And it is automated via something called Puppet. Puppet is a configuration and automation tool, configuration and automation software, which is packaged inside a DPK. So a DPK will contain a Puppet. Then it will contain your files. Say if it is your PUM image, it will contain your people tools, it will contain your PeopleSoft database, it will contain your WebLogic and Tuxedo and all of that stuff, which is known as middleware. So when I say middleware, it means Tuxedo, WebLogic, these softwares which sit between your end user and the database. That is called middleware. So all these files are packaged together, and again we missed the scripts, are packaged together with automation scripts and a software to run that automation script. So when you install PeopleSoft using DPK, you would, Puppet is going to follow the scripts in sequence and it is going to deploy these components one by one, basically. Got it? So this is an automated deployment which happens using Puppet. So there are different kinds of DPKs in the market. Like PeopleSoft provides different kinds of DPKs. We'll cover those in the next sessions. Then comes application server. We know that it is the brain of your application. It executes the business logic. We'll discuss that in detail in our architecture that we are going to discuss now. Web server, again, we'll discuss it shortly. The primary purpose of it is to get the request from the browser and return the HTML response to the end user, like on the browser. Then process scheduler is the batch server where your bulk processing is done, something which is going to take more time. You would let those programs run on a separate server, on a batch server, which runs in background. which is a separate components than your application. Then comes Elasticsearch. So Elasticsearch is a software which we use for search framework, which is, there's a little correction. So from, I guess, 8.60 something, it is OpenSearch. Basically, the configuration, everything is same, but the name is now OpenSearch. Right. Then next is certification metrics. So when you have to install PeopleSoft, you have to check the compatibility. Which Windows version is supported, which Linux, Solaris, Red Hat versions are supported. All that information is present on Oracle support, and that information is called certification metrics. So it will give you the information of the compatibility um, of the PeopleSoft applications with other softwares. Next is OS package. So if I have to uh, like on say Windows machine, I'll give you a very familiar example. So on Windows machine, say you install Python or you install Java, you installed say Microsoft Office. These are all packages. So in case of Linux server, you would install say wget, you would install say zip, you would install unzip, you would install some other software. Uh, like there are various softwares. So say Oracle prerequisite package, something like this. So the software bundles that you install on an OS is called a OS package. So when I say that, hey, one OS package is missing, wget is missing, install wget on a Linux server, you would have a certain command to install a package that we will see in the future videos, future sessions when we install PeopleSoft. So basically any software uh, you install on your OS is called OS package, right? Then IP address, we all know what an IP address is. Every machine, whether it be client, a server, every component has a unique address, unique numerical address known as IP address. So we generally use IPv4, which is something like 10.34.56.78, something like that. So 4 digits separated by dot. Your computer also has an IP address, so you can execute ipconfig on your Windows machine and you'll get the IP address information. So every machine is identified by a unique number, unique address, which is called IP address. You got it? Any questions still here, both Sinu and Mira?
No, Mohan. No.
No more. Good. I'm good.
Okay. Yeah. Now, Sinu and Mira, these numbers, sometimes they could be very hard to remember. For example, if I told you that, hey, you want to access, say, facebook.com, but you don't know what facebook.com is, for example, if Mark told you that, you would access facebook.com on, like my website, my social media website on this address, you remember this. So if you hit this, you'll get the login page of Facebook. I'm just giving you an example. If google.com was not a name, it told you, hey, you go to this page and you will get the Google page. It would be very hard to remember IP addresses, right? So to overcome this limitation, any IP address can be given a name which is called a domain name, right? Domain name, or you call it FQDN, fully qualified domain name, which is an easy to understand name. Say, for example, for this IP address, say you have assigned a name, facebook.com, right? So this is your domain name. This is the FQDN. Now, next is say google.com. So any organization will have its own DNS server. Like if your PeopleSoft website is say internal, it will have its own DNS server. It can assign any name to its websites. So generally, you will not access the websites using the IP addresses. You would say your organization is ABC, right? So your PeopleSoft instance might look like, say, FSCM dot peoplesoft.abc.com, something like this. Or if it's a CS application, cs.peoplesoft.abc.com. And to these DNS servers, you'll have some internal IP addresses mapped. So say 10.34.56.78, right? This is your, say, web server IP address, which you can also call it using this name. And say your CS application is hosted on another web server, which is 79. So a user-friendly name for the end users, or for anyone for that matter, which is assigned to a specific IP address, is called domain name. And these domain names are stored on something called DNS, domain name server. Domain name server. So every organization most probably has an internal DNS server. And by the way, PeopleSoft generally is an internal application. Apart from, like some pages of Campus Solutions, they might be exposed for say admissions, or some page of HR application might be exposed as, for recruitment or something. But generally, PeopleSoft is a very internal application used for the back office tasks. So like it will have a user friendly name, which is called domain name, and the domain names are stored on uh, domain name server, right? And yeah, now coming to the next term, port. Now any service that you provide, say, when you say a server, what is a server? One who serves. One who serves is a server, or one who provides services. One who provides services. Now, say every server is going to have an IP address, right? And it's not that a server can provide only one service. So if it provides, say, 10 different services, how are you going to differentiate between those services? Where it is like server has to listen to, like to the, like, for example, this is the client. It is going to reach out to the server, which has an IP address, say 10.20 something, right? And it wants to access a service, which is your, say, FTP service. Now, server has to provide this service on a specific port. It, like, client would need two information. One is the IP address or the domain name, and second is the port. So for FTP, the default port is 21. So this means that the server is exposing its services, FTP service, on port 21, right? And like, so to invoke that service, to invoke the FTP service, client has to reach out to the server on the specific port. If client is sending request to the server on, say, 222 port, it is not going to get this FTP service. It has to specifically request on port number 21 with correct request data. Then only server can respond with a valid response. So this is how it works. So client has to invoke the services, client has to request for the services on a specific IP address and a port. Is this clear?
Yes, that is good.
Yep. Okay. Now I will talk about the default ports. So say if the server is providing HTTP services, that would be known as web server, correct? If it is providing HTTP service, it is called web server, and the default ports are 80 for HTTP, and 443 for HTTPS. So if you're using these ports, you don't have to specify the port number. So say if I give google.com, I gave this google.com here, but this is not actually google.com. It is google.com colon 443. Because 443 is a default port, if I don't provide the port number, it will assume that it is 443. Got it? So the protocol here, if you see the URL, it has a protocol, and then it has the host name or the domain name, and it would have a port number. So if you don't give any port for a website, if it is HTTPS, it assumes that it is 443. If it is HTTP, it assumes that it is 80. Is this clear?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Are you with me? Yes. So
Yes,
now
ma'am.
in our context, in PeopleSoft's context, web server will have an HTTP port, right? You have to specify this port. Admin is responsible to specify this port. You can have different ports as well. It's not necessary that you can use only 80 or 443. You can use anything starting with 8. Like that is the norm. Anything starting with 8, say 8000, 8001, 8400, anything that you want to use. So web server will listen on HTTP port, on some port number. Then application server is going to listen for the request on something called JSL, which is Jolt listener. So let me write in bracket Jolt. It starts with 9000. So the default port is 9000, but you can change it. If you have say multiple application servers on a single machine, you'll have to use different ports. Now just remember that if it is providing one service on a port, it cannot provide any other service on the same port. So if it is using 21 port for FTP service, it cannot reuse 21 for HTTP service or 21 for say Jolt listener, right? So one port can be used by only one service. Is it clear?
Yes, Mohan.
Yeah. Now next is database server. It has something called listener. So listener starts, the default port for listener is 1521 in case of Oracle database, and this can be changed as well. So uh, the the takeaway from this is every server needs to provide its services on a specific port. A port cannot be reused by any other service. So if you have used this web server's port here, 8000, so you have used 8000, 8000 cannot be used by any other service on the same server. So on one machine, one port can be used for only one service. So web server is going to use HTTP port, app server, JSL, Jolt port, database server, there is a listener. Listener port is 1521 by default. All right. Next is
So here I have
next
one
is
question, Mohan.
mhm,
You just said that there in one single machine there can be multiple app servers.
correct.
Yeah. So I didn't get that.
Right. I
Multiple app
will
servers.
explain that. Right. I'll explain that. Uh, I have one detailed diagram, so I will go into that shortly. There are only two terms left. So PIA, we are very much aware now what PIA is. PIA basically is the web application. Uh, it is like web-based application which is used by the end users to access your PeopleSoft services from the browser. Next one is log. So your any service, say your web server, is going to write what it is doing to a log file, web server log file. So here in case of WebLogic, it is something called PIE_WebLogic.log. So if any issue arises in your environment, the first thing you should be checking is the log file. Like if it is issue with the web server itself, you would go and check the log file. So log file basically is a file where this any service running would be writing what it is doing. So it depends on the uh, log level which is set. So there are different log levels for the services. If you just want, say, info messages, like if you want all the messages info, like informational messages, you can set it to info. Then if you want only warning messages or error messages, that kind of log level can be set. It is different for every service. So depending on the service, you can have a smaller log, more detailed log, like however you want it. So log file basically is where a service would write what it is doing. Okay. Now coming to your question, let me open this diagram. Yeah. So this is basically a full-fledged PeopleSoft applications architecture. For making it simple, what I've done is we'll start with the browser. So in the browser, what a user does, he enters the PeopleSoft URL, right? This is the first entry point, right? So hope you guys are with me, Sinu and Mira.
I don't see Sino in the lead.
Let's continue. So this is the entry point. Mira, you use this application day in and out. So you know how to access a PeopleSoft application. So you would enter the URL in the browser and it will give you the response here, right? Now, whatever you do on the screen is going to be sent to something called web server. The next component that it hits is the web server. And whatever you do is sent, like this is a channel. This is a TCP channel over which you will be sending your HTTP request. Your HTTP request will contain your URL, your request body, your headers, your cookies, all these things, right? So you would be sending whatever you do on the browser, it will be sent to the web server in form of an HTTP request, right? And to make you more familiar with this, let me open something called developer tools. So if you press F12 on a browser, you would see that like a dialog will open where you can basically see whatever is happening in the background. So if you go to network tab and say, I enter say google.com I entered. So when I enter google.com, there is a lot of stuff going on. And as soon as I say, let me go to the last thing and let me search something, PeopleSoft. So as soon as I entered, some activity is going on here, and it is making these HTTP requests in the background. So if I press space, it is sending a new request. If I type something, it is sending a new request. When I click here, it is going to return me something. So let me click off on any of these requests, right? So if you see, this is what it has sent. So if you go to headers tab, you can see the raw HTTP request that was sent to the Google server. So the request URL, the request method, the status code is like what you get in the response. The remote address, I was saying that, if you don't give the port number, the default port is 443 for an HTTPS site. Now we are on https google.com, and you're seeing that the remote address is this IP address and the port number is 443. Is it more clear now?
Yes, it is not clear.
Yeah. And google.com is a user-friendly name. It translates to this IP address, and who translates it for you? The DNS server. So every computer has a DNS server configured. Your laptop, your server, any machine has a DNS server configured that is going to give you the correct IP address for the DNS. So like that's a separate topic altogether, but the thing to know here is DNS server is going to give you the IP address. You would reach out to that server on a specific port where this service is up. Correct? You would be sending the HTTP request. With each HTTP request, you would send the URL, request method, then it will be sent on the remote address and the port number. Then there are some other stuff as well. So these are the response headers, like what you got in response, but there are something called request headers as well. So you would be sending this information as well to the server. So all the things that you see in request headers are sent by your browser automatically, right? You don't have to do this manually. So once you send the request headers, request URL, I can go to application and then click on cookies, right? If I expand this, I can see google.com. These are the cookies which were sent, right? So this is a separate topic altogether, but when an HTTP request is sent, it sends a whole lot of information. Some examples are the request headers that you saw here, right? The URL, the request body. So if you see, yeah, okay. I don't think it does not contain a request body because it's a GET request. In POST request, you would see the request body as well, and then some cookies. So all this information is sent to your web server through an HTTP request. Is it clear till now?
Yes, it is clear, Mohan.
Yeah, no problem. So what I was saying is, when a user does anything on his browser, it directly translates the like whatever the activity the user is doing, it translates into HTTP requests. Now, each HTTP request will contain a lot of information. For example, the request URL, the request method. If you scroll down, you can see the uh, request headers. So all this information is sent, and server will respond with the response headers and the actual response. Right. So you would send all this information to the web server with an HTTP request, which will contain cookies, headers, body, etc. Now, in this diagram, to make it easier for you to understand, wherever you see this yellow dot and ears, right? Those are the listeners. These components, these boxes are listening for the requests. Like if the web server is up, it is listening all day for the requests. It does not matter if clients are connected, not connected, if someone is sending requests or not sending. It is always listening for requests. For example, have you ever seen that google.com, like you enter google.com and you are not able to access? No, right? Whenever you want to access, you put google.com, it will return you the response because it's always listening. So this web server is going to always listen, and it is listening on which port? HTTP port. So whatever is written in the yellow box is the kind of port it is listening on. So web server will listen on HTTP port. Is this clear?
Yes, Mohan.
Yes. Yeah. Now on the web server, to handle different kinds of requests, you have different kinds of files. Now, have you guys worked with Java earlier? Like any knowledge of Java you have? Like basic, very basic.
No, I haven't
Okay.
worked.
Do you know what?
No,
Okay. Do you know
no,
what a
Mohan.
servlet is, Sinu? Okay. So in a PeopleSoft web server, you have different kinds of servlets sitting on these folders: portal.war, psigw.war, psemhub.war. So first of all, what is a war? What is a war file? War simply means uh, web archive, right? Or you can say it is a zip file for a website. In very simple terms, zip file is the most common archive file that you know. You both are aware of zip files, right? Like you can extract them and you will get the files. Similarly, for a website, you have web archive. So PeopleSoft application is deployed as a web archive. It is there as some WAR files sitting, and inside those WAR files, you have different servlets, right? So servlet, what is servlet? Say, okay, let me give you a simple example. Say you have a site called booktickets.com, right? Now, when you have this website and you have a URL, which is say book, then you say cancel, then you say update. Okay, these three URLs. So when you hit this URL with /book, it will let you book a ticket. When you go to cancel, it will let you cancel a ticket. If you go to update, it will let you update an existing ticket. You are with me till now?
Yes, Mohan.
Yeah. So these endpoints, the code, this code, something is written on this endpoint URL, right, on the server side. So your server is getting /book when it goes to your server. It is getting /book when this request goes to your server. It is getting /cancel. If this is going to your server, it gets /update. Now there is some file sitting on the server, uh, like say book.java. Let's directly take Java's example. There is something cancel.java, right? And then you have update.java. So when you visit this page, this code is going to be executed and it will return you the page. So the code sitting on the server, these are the servlets, which will do specific, like your web server is a whole big service, right? It's a whole big service. Google.com, on google.com, you can search for images, videos, all. You can click on the links. You can, you know, do the filtering and all. There are so many functions that can happen on this page. So it's a whole big service. But when you click on any button, say PeopleSoft FSCM, this is a different functionality. It will hit a different endpoint. If you click on images, it will hit a different endpoint, right? What I want to convey is when you hit different endpoints, say /book, /cancel, it does different jobs. So one whole big service is divided into small services, right? So that small service is taken care by a small piece of code. Say if you want to book a ticket, whole website is booktickets.com, but you have small services inside it. One for booking, one for canceling, one for updating. And these services are taken care by small code sitting on the server. And these small services providing codes are known as servlets. You got it right. By the way, let's is for specifying small, like for example pig, and you say piglet, right? So means a small little kid of a pig. So similarly, whole big service is your website, and then there are small blocks of codes which take care of specific functionalities, which are called servlets in Java. Is it clear now?
Yes, Mohan.
Yes.
Yeah. Now all these files, say book.java, you have cancel.java, you have update.java. All these files, I have kept them inside booktickets.war. This becomes my website. Is it more clear now? This website's web archive contains these blocks of codes, right? Similarly, PeopleSoft is also a web application which has different WAR files, and inside those WAR files, you would find different executive like
Servlets.
dynamic servlets. Exactly.
Yes. Yeah.
So, and this particular WAR file is, say, if I had to give you an example of PeopleSoft, there would say your application's name is, I've prepared one application right now. So it is, I've named it FSCMU51. In that, you'll have portal.war. Now we are talking about PeopleSoft. You have psigw.war, which is, by the way, to take care of your integration. IGW is, it stands for integration gateway, right? So psigw.war, and then you have psemhub.war. There would be a couple of .wars more, and this is inside a base folder, which is known as your web server domain. Okay, web server domain. So in a domain, you'll have these files, and this is PeopleSoft web server domain. And in common terms, like in daily language, you would say PeopleSoft web server. You don't say domain all the time. So I say, hey, bring up FSCM U51 web server. So I mean, bring up this particular domain on the server, right? So you can have multiple web server domains on a single machine. So you have three applications, FSCM dev, then FSCM SIT, and then FSCM UAT, right? On the, you can have these domains on a single server. Now, FSCM dev will also contain all these files. SF, this SIT will also contain all these files. UAT will also contain all these files. But these will be different folders sitting on your machines, web server machine. And all these will use different ports. So 8000, then say 8001, and say 8002. So on a single machine, say I have a machine named FSCM web server.abc.com. This is my machine's name. For example, on a single machine, I can have FSCM dev, FSCM SIT, FSCM UAT. And what are these? These are all PeopleSoft web server domains. And each domain will contain a separate set of these files, and they can be brought up on different ports. So, Mira, you asked one question: how can you have multiple application servers on a single machine? So that is the answer. They're grouped under different folders, and we call them domain. And you can have as many domains depending on the capacity of the server. So you can have multiple web servers, multiple app servers on a single machine. The only requirement is it should have sufficient capacity, and it should use different ports. Got it?
Okay. So Mohan, here domain means generally can we say it's environment also, like development environment, SIT
Correct.
environment? Okay.
Exactly. So an environment. Let's talk about environment now. What you have: dev, SIT, UAT, right?
Production.
QA, and say prod. Something like this. These are different environments. Now, when we say environment, it, so say let's expand dev environment. It will have dev web server, dev app server, dev database, dev batch server, right? Collection of all these is one environment. Got it? So when you say environment, it is made up of a web server, app server, like whatever you see in this diagram, right? All these components will be present in your environment. Correct? Now on
The
the web server, dev web,
differentiator is the port. Sorry.
yeah. So for end users, what would matter? End users will need the web server name. If it is, you are exposing web server to the end users, You would need web server name and the port used by your environment. Say for dev. So if you say, hey, give me the dev environment's URL, you would say, hey, it's FSCM web server abc.com:8000. Someone tells you, hey, give me URL for SIT. Hey, it is 8001. And say for UAT, it is 8002. And the domain name is same, which signifies that they are hosted on the same machine. Although they are hosted on the same machine, they are different domains. They are inside different folders, which have different set of configuration files. In those configuration files, you have different ports mentioned. Is it making sense now?
Yes, Mohan.
Sinu, for you, like,
Yes,
am I
Mohan.
going too fast? Just
No,
stop me
no.
if you are not able to understand or you want me to go slow, okay? Okay. So now, so you're clear, right? So this term is widely used in, like, while you are at work, they will say, hey, dev environment is down. Can you bring it up? So you would go check where the issue is. If it is web server, you'll bring the web server up. If it is app server, you will bring the app server up. You say, hey, all my processes are not running. They are in queue, which means that the batch server is down or batch server has some issues, or you've run a lot of processes. So basically your environment will consist of all these components. All these together is known as an environment, right? So web server, now you're very much clear what a web server contains. And this boundary is one domain. You can have multiple such domains on the same machine. Clear till now?
Yes, Mohan.
Yeah. Now let's move to application server, the server where your business logic is executed. Now, here also you see listeners. There are two listeners mainly. One is the jolt listener, right? That is called JSL. And the other one is workstation listener. So we'll talk about it, uh, what workstation listener is. But first, let's concentrate on what a jolt listener is. So jolt listener is going to listen for jolt requests sent by your web server. So what happens is, as soon as it gets the request here, it will transfer that request to the application server, which is always listening on this JSL port, which you have configured. Okay. So app server is always listening on a Jolt port, which usually starts with 9,000. Like you can have 9,000, 9,500. Like it starts with 9 basically. This is the common convention. Now it is this port should be like open for communication so that web server can send the information on this port. Once app server receives information on JSL, which is a Jolt port, there is something called Jolt handler. H stands for handler. So once it listens, this is the entry point. So once this listens, that's its job. It has gotten the request. It will hand it over to the handler, Jolt handler. Okay. And there are multiple handlers, which, you know, say it received the first request, first handler will take care of it, right? Second request, second handler will take care of it, something like that. Now, these handlers are responsible to put the request in proper queue. So I'll try to explain this by giving an example of, say, a restaurant. So, say there is a customer, right? He has on his table, he has a table. Oh, okay, let me, or okay. So here is the customer. He has a table in front of him. On the table, there is a menu card. There is a plate, an empty plate, by the way. So sorry, man. Right, there are some bowls in it. Now here is a waiter, right? This is the waiter. Now let's partition it. Here is the actual chef who is going to cook food. On here, he has the cooking, pans and all, right? And then here's a rack of all the things lined up, like all the ingredients here, right? Are you following me?
Yes,
Yes,
Mohan.
yes, Mohan.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now, customer is going to read through this menu, and the analogy here is that this is the web page in front of the user. He chooses something from the menu, like he chooses, like he clicks, or like if we talk about the browser, he does some action on the browser. He reads it, and the request is going to go to the waiter now. Now, tell me, does the waiter know how to cook food? Like what to do with those ingredients? Or like, say, if he has ordered something, say, paneer butter masala, does he know how to cook paneer butter masala? No, he
No.
does not have that capability. He does not have any brain. What it is going to do, he is going to tell that order, only the order. He's not going to tell how to make it, what is the recipe, because he does not know. He is going to tell it to the chef who is in the kitchen. Now, the chef has all the knowledge. He knows what to get from the rack, put it in specific order, do the processing here, prepare the food, return it back to the waiter. Waiter is going to go and put it back in front of the customer. With me till now? Now, this is the end user giving you the analogy of a PeopleSoft application. He is the end user, right? This table is the browser. It is only for presentation. It is only for presentation till here. Actually, till here, this is the presentation layer. There's nothing logical about it. Nothing that is going on, calculating the stuff and doing any kind of processing. This is just for presentation. So you have web server, sorry, browser. From here, the request went to the web server. Now, as we gave an analogy, waiter does not know how to cook. Similarly, web server does not know what to do with your request, right? It does not have any brain. So what it is going to do, it is going to just pass the menu item name to the application server. So whatever, like on this particular page, I've shown you that it sends the cookies and request headers and all that stuff. Web server does not know what to do with them. So he just passes that information to the application server, right? Now, application server actually knows what to do with the request. Now, this rack where all the ingredients is. Now, if you put mirchi powder, haldi powder, salt, everything separately, does your dish cook on does it cook automatically? Like keeping the ingredients does not mean that the dish will be ready, right? Someone has to prepare it. So even though you have data in your database, it is useless unless it is converted into something which is useful for the business. Do you agree?
Yes, Mohan. You're right.
Yes.
Yeah. So the rack is like the database. It has all the data. but it is not the information. It will become information. It will become useful for the end user when application server does some processing with it, right? Say it said you have some figures, say in the database, you have some monthly figures. In Jan, how many admissions happened? Let me take example of this campus solutions. Feb में कितना admission हुआ? You have that data. Now, and you have number of students, the fees for each course and all that stuff in the database. But you want to know in each month what was the money that I earned from the fees. So that calculation, that summation and everything is done by the application server. So there is some code written in the database. So say, just assume that the recipe is also there in the rack. So this is what application server does. It first fetches the recipe. It first fetches the code from the database. Now it knows what to do with the data. So it will craft something called SQL statements, which can be fired against the database to get the data. So it basically is going to fire SQL. It is going to get data using SQL from the database and do some processing according to the recipe, which is again there in the database. So it will get the recipe, that means your code. It will get the data. It will execute as per the recipe. It will prepare some stuff here, give it back to the web server, which obviously does not have any brain, does not know how this got ready. He just serves it to the end user in a specified template. Got it? Makes sense?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Now, just imagine this waiter guy, he has put his headphone. Okay. He has put his headphone. He is not listening. End user, the customer is saying, hey, take my order, take my order. He is shouting, Arey bhai, mera order le lo. This is what I want. I want paneer tikka masala. This guy is not listening. Will the end user get the response?
No,
Will he get the response?
No, no.
no.
No, right? So this is the significance of port. So his ear should be open to listen to the requests. Only then it will be able to provide his services. Make sense?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, coming to real world scenario, when you are given a new server, no, when you have this web server machine, say Windows server or Unix server, it might happen that all the ports are blocked initially. You don't have anything open on the server because of, say, some firewall setup. There is something called firewall, and say because of some firewall rules, you have all the ports on web server blocked. They are not open. This is similar to this waiter not listening for requests. This waiter having headphones in his ears. So this is a very common scenario in an organization where you get the server, but still you have turned on the web server, you've started the web server, everything is done. Now you're wondering why you're not able to open the site from the browser. The reason could be the port is not open, right? So this part is very important. Your port is there, you've used the port in the configuration, but the port should also be open for communication from the end user. So there should be an open channel from the client to the server. Is it clear now? What is the significance of port and like, is it making more sense now?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So we will jump onto this again. So Jolt listener, now it will become very easy for you to understand all this. Listener, he has listened, right? Maybe here is a head chef, sorry. Head chef is there. He is the handler. He says, okay, I have to give paneer tikka masala. He's the listener, for example. He's the listener. And he is the handler. Next person is the handler. Now handler's job is to put the requests in correct queues. So this application server, it runs on something called Tuxedo. Tuxedo is an Oracle's product. So it works on this technology, Tuxedo. And Tuxedo is a transaction monitor as well. Transaction monitor, it is used for app messaging. It is, all these purposes. So the main benefit of it is, even if your services are busy, they can keep piling up in queues, right? So say there are different server processes to handle different activities. So you're doing a online transaction, it will be handled by something called PSAPP SRV. PSAPP SRV. There is a specific process on app server, PSAPP SRV, which handles only online transactions. Whatever you do from the browser, they're handled by 90% of the tasks are handled by PSAPP SRV. There are other services as well, that like QueryServe, which handles the PS query requests, but most of the online transactions are handled by PSAPP SRV. Now, if PSAPP SRV is busy, it is not going to return that, hey, server is busy. No, it will not do that. It will keep piling up the requests in the queues. And there are different queues for different services. So say for PSAPP SRV, you have APP queue. For SAMServe, you have SAM queue. For QueryServe, you have Query queue. So the purpose of the handler is to get the request from the listener and put it in the correct queue. Got it? And whenever this server process gets a chance, it picks up the oldest request from the queue, processes it, gives back the response. The next item processes it, just like this chef. He might have gotten like 5 orders. So whatever he got first, he's going to prepare that, give it back. Then he will pick up the second order, prepare that, give it back. Third order, same to same. So handler is going to place it in specific queue, right? The server processes are going to pick items from the queue, process them, and return it back to the web server. That is how it is. It happens in an app server. So listener, entry point, handler takes the request from the listener, keeps it in the correct queue. Then comes the server process. It will take the oldest item from the queue, process it, and return back the response. Now, when I say process it, it will again fetch the data from the database. It will run the code. It will prepare the HTML for the component. Like it does all the processing, and whatever user needs to see, it will convert that in form of an HTML page. So that HTML data is returned to the web server, and web server is going to return that to the browser. And in the database, there are mainly 3 kinds of data. The first one is application table, where your application data resides. So say you have a module. So Meera, there is a module called Student Financials in this, right? Campus Solutions.
Yes, student financials.
So say the student financials related data is actually the application data. It is actually you can call it transactional data as well. So you do all the transactions and those tables are populated.
Mm-hmm.
Transaction tables. So this is the application data, but the look and feel, the code, the setup data related to PeopleSoft, all this is metadata, right? Metadata is what metadata means: data of data, data about data. That is metadata. So there are separate tables which only store application metadata, right? Which would cover the base of PeopleSoft application. So the look and feel, the code, the setup tables, and all of that, which do not usually change very much. So those are application metadata tables. And then there is something called portal registry. We'll come to that when we navigate to the application. But for now, just understand that there are different kinds of tables in the database, and like they store different kinds of data. So application tables will store the data related to the modules. So in case of FSCM, I'm very close to FSCM, so I can give you more examples. So accounts receivable, accounts payable, e-procurement, then billing. These are all the modules, right? So any accounting data, ledger data. So you have GL as well as one of the main modules. So these kind of tables related to these modules will be stored in the application tables, also known as transaction tables. Then comes the metadata, which will be stored in application metadata tables. Then is portal registry. Basically, portal registry means your navigations, whatever you navigate in your application. Those are the portal registries. Now, yeah, do you need a break, or it is okay if I continue for next maybe 10 minutes?
Yeah, continue. I don't have much.
Okay.
So I have one
Okay.
question here. Portal registry does that mean a component you need to register?
Correct. Exactly. So, like for your knowledge, when you create a component, you would be registering it under some menu. Inside menu, you would create some menu item, right? Inside that menu item, you would register a component which would be registered under like some permission list. So all this related data related to your component is called portal registry, right? So yeah, basically this is portal registry. So anything that you can navigate from the application is stored in form of portal registry. And the application that you use in the front end, it is also called portal, by the way. So that's why it is called portal registry, right? Then comes the process scheduler. Again, by the way, when we discuss this, all these components, they're part of an application server domain, which is again based on Tuxedo. So again, when we talk about an environment, it will contain an app server domain. So on one server, one VM, you can have multiple app server domains. So you can have app servers for your dev environment, SIT, UAT, QA, prod. But what is the prerequisite? They should all use different ports. That is the only requirement. So you can have multiple app server domains on a single machine, but they should be using different ports. That's the only requirement. And you should have capacity on the server. It's not like you have just 8 GB of RAM and you can have 8 application servers. That's not possible. So depending on your capacity, you can host as many applications as you want. Right? Coming to the process scheduler, which is very, very similar to application server, but you might have noticed one thing. There is no yellow dot or a listener on process scheduler. So that's very important. And because process scheduler does not provide any services, right? It is, so for example, web server provides HTTP services, app server provides these services on Jolt, database server provides database services on this listener. Process scheduler always acts as the requester, as the client. So there is no port that is to be opened on an app server, which is an important point, especially Sinu for you. If someone asks, do you have to open any port on the scheduler? You say no, because it does not listen to anything. So it is very similar to application server. Again, it is built on Tuxedo. And you have server processes here as well, just like app server, but the function of those server processes are different. In case of application servers, they would handle the online transaction, your workstation, this workstation listener connections, your query services. But in case of a process scheduler, you would have processes related to processes. I mean, PeopleSoft processes. For example, PSPRCS SRV. This PRCS SRV is responsible for polling to the database. What is polling? Polling is basically checking every 15 seconds. If what process scheduler is going to do is it is going to check for a new process requests which are stored in the database. So basically, the user is going to create process requests through this flow, this online transaction. Those process requests will be stored in the database. So user is going to use the application and he will submit process requests, and those will be eventually landing in the database tables. So I'll write the table names as well: PSPRCSRQST and PSPRCSQUE. These are the table names where you would find the data for the processes. So user is going to use the application, submit the process requests. Those process requests will be stored in some tables. Now the function of process scheduler is to poll to the database every few seconds, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, and get the new process requests. So say it when it polls to the database, it received two new process requests, right? Say the requests are run an app engine, and or you call it AE, and run one SQR process. Right? These are two process requests. Then it is going to assign that to like another server process. So these AE and SQR, they will be handled by different processes. So AE SRV, and for SQR, it is going to execute something called PSSQR. So there are different services, different executables, which will take care of those processes. And once the processing is done, it will generate the log and output files. And those log and output files are generated on the same machine, process scheduler machine. But for the users to view those log files, it has to transfer those log files from here to the web server, right? So that is taken care, the transfer of log files. This is taken care by another service, PSDST-SRV, which is the distribution agent, right? So basically, there are different processes, different server processes for different tasks, right? And they run inside a process scheduler domain. Again, you can have multiple process scheduler domains on one machine. So, Sinu, it might be a bit hard to understand right now, but I'll show you in the application as well how you submit the process requests, how it how it is processed, and how you can see the log and output files in the browser. This whole process I'll show you in the application.
Okay.
So got it. So this is process scheduler, very similar to application server. Other components I'll leave it for tomorrow. They're just the supporting components here, but the main components are these. We have covered them in very detail. Last thing I want to show you is I want to bring up the application, and I want to show Sinu how a PeopleSoft application looks like. Maybe we will submit a simple process request see how it is picked by the scheduler and how we can see the log files. So this is a Linux server, first of all, right? And the black screen that you see is known as terminal. What it is called terminal. Got it? And with Linux servers, you would interact like this only. You will see a black screen. You would fire some commands, interact with the domains, and that's it. Like that's how you interact with Linux servers. With Windows, it's a bit different. You will see the GUI, like normally how you see your Windows machine, right? Your laptop and all. Similar interface you'll have for Windows servers. So I have set this up on a Linux server, and we are going to start the application now. So I've logged in with this user, PeopleSoft. PeopleSoft is the user. If I enter this command ID, it will show me with which user I'm logged in. So I'm logged in with PeopleSoft user, right? And I'm part of some groups. So PeopleSoft, again, like if you have, let me give you an example. On Unix, if you have created a Sinu user, it will by default be part of Sinu group. So this is a user, this is the group. But the PeopleSoft user should also be part of a group called O install. So this is mostly true for all the Oracle applications. So there is a group O install that it should be part of, right? So when you enter command ID, you will be able to see with which user you are logged in and which groups you are part of. So as you can see here, I'm part of O install as well. Are you guys with me?
Yes, Mohan.
Yeah. Okay. Now we like in the last session we talked about PS admin command. So Mira, there is a utility PS admin using which you will interact with the domains. By domains, I mean web, app, batch, right? So let's execute that command. And before doing that, I'll go to the directory app PeopleSoft, go to PT where my PeopleSoft is installed. I have to execute this file script, environment script, and I'll explain you what the purpose is of the script. Let me open the script. This script is going to set all the environment variables required by my application. For example, Java options. How do you export an environment variable? By writing export environment variable name equal to variable value. So when you say export variable name variable value, it means you have exported an environment variable. And when you refer this using var name, you will get the value which is currently stored in it. This is how you call an environment variable or any variable for that matter. So before interacting with the application, I need some environment variables to be exported. Those exports are taken care generally by the profile file. So this is by default created by PeopleSoft installation, but I have to put it in something called profile or bash underscore profile. We'll come to that later. But for now, just understand that this is the script which sets the environment variables. Right? We'll go into more detail when we talk about the installation of PeopleSoft. But for now, I have executed the script which sets the environment variables. Now I'm going to execute ps admin command. When I execute ps admin, it gives me a menu based like options in menu format. So I can select 1 for application server, 2 for process scheduler, 3 for web server, like that. Are you with me till now?
Yes, Mohan.
Yes.
So PS admin is a very common command that a PS admin would use, PeopleSoft admin will use to interact with the domains, whether it be Unix or Windows systems. On both, it will work. You open the command prompt on Windows, you execute this, you'll get the same menu, exactly the same. Now, if I want to see what application servers are on this machine, I'll go to option 1. When I go to option 1, it asks me for another input. So I would say administer a domain, which means I want to see the domain and interact with it, do something with it. So if I go to administer a domain, it tells me that there is one application server with the domain name appdom, appdom. That's my application server domain name. Got it? I'll go and select one. As soon as I enter the application server domains menu, I can start that domain. Boot this domain means start it. Shut down means you shut it down. Status means I want to know the status of it. Right? Configure, you can change the configuration, something like that. So I would first check the domain status. Let's check if it is up or down. When I press 3, it tells me if I want to check the server status, client status. I am interested in server status. It is going to do the check and it says domain is not started. Got it? Because it is down right now. I am going to bring it up. Let me choose option 1, boot this domain. It asks me if I want to boot it serially or parallelly. So I will go with serial option, which will start the services one by one. In parallel boot, it will start the services all at once. So now we have to observe carefully. The first service that starts in an app server domain is BBL. BBL is the first service that starts. We'll go into more detail maybe tomorrow what BBL is and all these services are. But just understand that before starting any service, BBL is the one which starts first. Then it will start other processes. So other processes as in watch serve, PPM serve, app serve, app serve. We talked about this app serve here, right? Domain process. Now there are multiple app serve processes. Why? There are two actually here. So why two app server processes? I can have more as well. So depending on the load, how many users are going to connect, I can configure multiple server processes, multiple instances of server processes. So PS app serve, SAM serve, there are some IB related other services. Basically, it has started all the services in sequence. Now it says 16 processes started. If there was any error here, it would stop. It would stop here and tell me that it failed or something. And it will ask me to check the log. But now I can see that application server has started. Let's come back from this menu. So I will press Q. I have to start the process scheduler as well. So I went to option 2, process scheduler, administer a domain. There is one domain, PRCS DOM. I'll go here and I'll boot it. Boot as in I'll try to start that process scheduler. Again, it's a Tuxedo domain, and you can see the first process that started is BBL. Right? Then it will start other processes. So for example, RTI SRV, which is for real-time indexing. Then PSAE SRV, which is specifically for application engines. It will start DST SRV, PRCS SRV as well. Let's wait for that. Yeah, so it has started DST SRV, which is basically responsible for distribution of the logs. So it transfers the logs from process scheduler to web server. That's the purpose of this process. Then there is PRCS SRV. The polling thing. So it goes and checks for the new processes. That is the purpose of this. So my scheduler is up as well. Let me bring up the web server. So administer a domain, PeopleSoft, and then let me see if it is up or not. So I've pressed 3 and it says domain status stopped. So I'm going to boot this domain. So this we are booting the web server. So here it will not show any processes or anything. It's not based on Tuxedo. It's a simple WebLogic domain. It will start the website shortly. So it will show the progress here. So it is now in starting stage. When it gets into running stage, that's when the web server is up. So it changed to standby starting. Let's wait for it to display running. Sorry, this was a very long session. Are you guys tired already?
No, not at all.
No more.
Interesting actually.
Okay. So this web server has started and it says the server state has changed to running. This is very important. These are the checkpoints. So when your app server or scheduler starts, normally it would say some number processes started. If it fails, it will not show this message. It will ask you to check the logs. It would be a very clear and clear-cut message. In case of a web server, when it changes to running state, that's when you know that the web server has started. Now let's verify the process here. So ps-ef, it will list the processes on the Linux servers. So I'm going to write some of the commands here. Just take a note of them. These are very common commands that you would need. So ps-ef basically will list all the processes running on it. grep is the command to filter the results. So I want to find string Java in all the processes. So all the processes that are running, I want to get the processes which have Java word in it. So I'm going to execute this command here. So grep Java. And if your web server is started, it will show one process, like one big process like this. And if you see at the end, it says weblogic.server. And if you want to see from where it has started, you can see here. This is the domain, the PeopleSoft domain, which we started. Right? We'll go into detail later. But for now, just know that you can see the process like this, ps-ef grep Java. Now let me, and you can search any process which is running on this server. Say, I want to see how many ps app srv services are running. I can say ps-ef grep ps app srv. Now I can see two processes. This is the command that we executed, right? The grep command. So you always have to exclude this. In case of the above result also, it says Java, right? Grep Java. This is the command that we executed. Again, the command that we execute is also a process on the OS, right? That's why it is listed here. So ignore the last line. But the above lines, you can see there are two PSAP PSRV processes. And in this result, if you see, first one is the user who has triggered it. Second one is the PID, the process ID for this process. So this process has process ID 5431. This one has 5495, right? And when it started, so 1557. So if I want to see the current date, I just have to execute date. So it is now 1604. So it had started 7 minutes ago, right? 1557. This is the start date, right? So this is how you check the processes. I can check, say, PSAESRV, which is a process scheduler process. There are 3 PSAESRVs here. Now let's go to the front end URL of this application. I'm going to grab my DNS from here. Let's put it in the URL. Now, just see, I have this machine and the IP address for this machine is this 43.205.97.252. That's the server IP. Now, this IP address, if I if I go here and enter the IP address and say 8000 is the port, by the way, which is used by my web server. If I put this in the URL bar, I get a page, welcome to WebLogic application server. This is the index page for PeopleSoft application. This is the default index page. You can change it, and people usually change it, but this is the default page that you get. Now, I can either access it using the IP address, or I can go with the DNS as well. So AWS has provided me a DNS for this. So I can replace this IP address very well with my DNS. And let me open the developer tool as well. And if I execute this, if I hit this URL, I get the same page. And if I had to go check this, if you see, remote address is again the IP address. So this DNS server, the domain name, your browser has checked with the DNS server, hey, give me the IP address for this DNS. So it gave back this IP address, and it hit this server on this particular port, which is our web server port, right? So let me click on this. It will take me to the login page. So Sinu, this is the PeopleSoft login page by default. Organizations usually change it, or they most of the times use some SSO solution so that they don't have to log in at all. But this is the default login page for a PeopleSoft application. Okay, here you would enter your credentials, and you can choose your language if it is a multilingual database. So here my ID is VP1, and I'm going to enter my password and click on sign in. So as soon as I sign in, the first page that I see is called the landing page. So in the newer versions, the landing page usually have something called tiles. So this update manager, update scheduler, let me go to employee self-service. So approvals, e-procurement, expenses. This is an FSCM application, by the way. That's why you are seeing all these finance related information. So these are called tiles. First of all, this is a landing page, right? These are the home pages, different home pages. So you go to employee self-service, finance, accounting. These are different home pages, and you can scroll through here as well, and on this home pages, you see these things, right? These are called tiles. Okay, these are called tiles. These are all your workflow notifications. So you can take action by clicking on this notification. That's out of the scope, by the way, but you just know that there is something called workflow notification, and you see that here on the right pane. Right here, you have recently visited items. So if you have visited some pages earlier, it would give you the list of recently visited items. Here is the favorites list. So if you have saved any page as favorite, you will see it here, right? This is accessibility, I guess. Yeah, this is accessibility. So for visually challenged people, or some like the one who want to use the application with the help of keyboard, they can go to this accessibility menu, change the accessibility settings, basically. So right now you cannot scroll up and down using your arrow keys, right? So once you have this accessibility, like screen reader mode kind of thing enabled, you can use your mouse to scroll up and down and do all the transactions. So right, and the ones who want to use it using mouse, this is the normal mode, right? If you click on this actions, you can open a new window. My preferences will go maybe in this week, we'll go through all these options, but remember, like here you can see these options. Now this is the navigator, the nav bar. If you click here, it is going to show you these options. You click on the menu and you get all these things, right? So that day we were discussing Sinu about folders and components and all of that, right? So these are the folders. Accounts payable is a folder. Accounts receivable is a folder. If I go down, uh, the one interesting folder is people tools. So people tools folder is mostly used by admins to configure, to set up your PeopleSoft application. So people tools is a folder. If I go inside people tools folder, you have another folders. You have, like, you can click on, say, I go to process scheduler. So I get all process scheduler related components here. And this is the component list. So, sorry, I clicked by mistake. I'll go to process monitor. So when I click on the process monitor link, it takes me to the process monitor component. So this is how a component looks like. Okay. So, and every component will have, you can see in the URL also, what's the component name. So it usually starts with the menu name dot the component name. So the component name is process monitor dot GBL. GBL is it stands for global. So process monitor dot global. So you can get the menu name and the component name from the URL as well. So as soon as you hit this component link, it will show this kind of a page. And here inside a component, there can be multiple pages. So process list is one page, server list is another page. So right now I just have one batch server, which is running on our Linux machine. So this batch server is currently running state, right? So it is functioning properly. You can see the CPU percentage is 5 and memory consumption is 43%. So again, just to recap, you can navigate from here, navbar menu. In the menu, you have different pages, different folders. And inside a folder, you can have multiple folders or components. For example, main menu is a folder. Inside main menu, there are folders and there are some components as well. So once you navigate to your to the folder in which your component is, you click on the component link, something like this opens, an HTML page opens, and in this component you can see multiple pages, and depending on your access you will be able to see the pages. Like if you don't have access to server list page, you will not see this at all. This will not be here, right? So you can see process list and server list here. Now I'm going to run a process, and that would be end of our today's session. So let me go to people tools and then process scheduler, and then where is that, schedule process requests. So this is the page, this is the component for scheduling processes. And if you get something like this, like find an existing value, add a new value, this is called search page. So this is the search page for this component. What is the component name? Mira, can you tell me the component name from this URL?
Yes. Its menu is process underscore scheduler, and component is PRCSMULT multi. That is the
Right.
component name.
Exactly. So if you have access to this component, you will get this page. Let me scramble this name. Let me give some random characters here and enter what. Let's see what happens. What it says, you are not authorized to access this component. This message is very common when you hit a link which does not exist or hit a link which you don't have access to, you will see this message. So if you don't have access to a certain component, and if by mistake you clicked on that link, or if you try to access that link, this is the message that you get. Let me go back to our schedule processes page. And on every component, like it's not mandatory that you will have a search page, but wherever you can add a new run control ID, you will have a search page, or you can search with some key values. You will have a search page so that you can find an existing value or you can add a new value. Now, run control ID is a random like alphanumeric ID that I can give, but mostly what end users prefer is you give it a meaningful name. Like looking at it, you will know what you've done. So I will give it test01, right? I will search for it. It does not exist right now. So I'm going to click on add a new value. When I click on add a new value, I can give the run control ID, click on add. As soon as I clicked on add, it will open the component for me with that run control ID. On this component, as you can see, there are different pages: process request dialog, component interface, process request people code. So I'm going to use only this page to run the process. I will click on run button, right? And when I click on run button, it will list all the processes that can be run from this component. So there can be many components from where you can run the processes, but it will contain the list of processes, like only those processes which can be run from here. So I am going to run simple AE test program. I'm going to select the scheduler. I just have one scheduler for now, so I'll select that. Here I can schedule it for the future, like I can give some future time. Maybe if I want to run it after 1 hour, I'll just change this 4 to 5. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to scroll down and click OK. When the process, this is the request that is created, and every process request has a process instance. This is unique for each run, like each process that a user runs. So every run is assigned a process instance. You copy that process instance, click on process monitor link. It will take you to the process monitor page. And if you see, the run status is queued right now. Queued as in it is not picked up by the scheduler yet. So we were talking about this polling thing, right? So right now, PRCS SRV has not polled to the database and it has not got the new process request. After, if you check this after 5-10 seconds, it will be in processing or success, depending on. So it's a very small process, so it has gone to success quickly. But generally, the sequences it will be in queued till your PRCS SRV accepts that process request. Then it will go to initiated, then it will go to processing, then it will go to success, no success, error, whatever. So you can check the different run statuses here. So the first status is queued. Queued means it is not yet picked up by the scheduler. As soon as it gets picked up by the scheduler, it goes into initiated state. That means your scheduler has accepted the request. It is going to start the execution of the process. After initiated, it will go to processing stage, processing where the actual process is, like actual processing is done. So it is actually executing the people code or any SQR or any code which is written for that process is being executed when the process is in processing stage. When it completes, it can either go to success. If it completes successfully, it can go to warning if there are some warning messages. It can go to no success. It can go to error. So these are different statuses a process can have. So if there was no problem at all with the process, it will go to success. If there is some problem like a warning or something, it will go to warning. If it has failed, it can go to either error or no success, depending on the process type and type of the error. So our process has gone to success posted. By the way, posted is the distribution status. So posted means the log files are transferred. So we talked about this process, right? Like process scheduler is going to run the process, generate the log files, and then PSDST SRV is going to transfer the log files to the web server. This arrow, this one. So this process of transferring the log files from process scheduler machine to the web server is known as posting. Is known as posting. So once the posting is done successfully, this status changes to posted. If the log files were not transferred successfully, it will go to not posted. Or if it is posting right now, it will have posting status. All these distribution statuses can be checked here. So it can go to posted, posting, not posted. These are the common distribution statuses. So let me go to details, and inside details, I can see the parameters. So if I click on parameter, I will come to know what exactly was executed on the OS. So I told you that the application engines are taken care by something called PSAE. This is the executable for your application engines. So you can see exactly what was executed on your OS, on your Linux server. It executed here, by the way, right? So PSAE, then some parameters will go. We'll try to understand these maybe in the next session. But for now, just understand that in the parameters tab, you can see what command line was executed. Then message log, any messages that it has written can be viewed here. Then batch timings, you can see the, okay, this is, yeah, it's a very small process. You'll not get any timing here. And then view log trace. So here it will show you the log files. When it is in posting status, this link will be disabled. Why this will be disabled? Because this process of posting, this process of transferring the files from process scheduler to web server is still in progress. So there is no point in showing you this link, right? This will be disabled. You can view this, but you cannot click on this link. So when the status is posted, only then this link will be enabled. And you can click on view log trace. You can click on the log file. It will, okay. So I have to change this. I've started this VM today freshly, right? So the IP address has changed. That's why it is not showing me. I can change this to this. It should show. Yeah. So as you can see, this is the report. This is the log file, basically, the out file. So what it says, it's a very small process. It has not done anything major. Just says that it started on this, it ended normally, and it completed at this time, right? So this is where you can see the log files. So this link will be enabled only when your process is posted. Sinu, did you get like how the process is submitted, what all things are associated with the process, the run status, distribution status, log files? Could you relate to all this?
Yes, I'm on.
Yeah. So this is how the PeopleSoft application looks like. This is the common pattern component, and then you have multiple pages. Depending on your access, you will see the pages, the component, right? This is the banner area, the top one, right? And then you have this logout option and all these. By the way, I can add, if I want to add process monitor to favorites, I can go here and click on add to favorites. I can change the label, click on add, right? So Mira might already be aware of all these things. Right, Mira, you have been
Yes,
using this
yes.
like PeopleSoft application. So once you add to the favorites, if you click here, it will show you the favorites here, process monitor.
Which version is this 9.21? No? This for 11.
So let me write that here. It is when someone asks you about the application, you say PeopleSoft 9.2. This is the application version, and it is going to be 9.2.
Yeah.
I guess
Only
there
the
is not
PUM.
going to be.
Yeah, you can.
Right, exactly. This is
Image.
image 51, which is the latest one right now. This is the latest image 51 for FSCM. Sorry, let me write the application name as well. PeopleSoft FSCM 9.2 image 51, and it is on People Tools 8.61.04, which is again the latest one. Like not this minor version is not the latest, but 8.61 is the latest tools version right now in the market. Right. So this is our application detail. PeopleSoft FSCM 9.2, image 51, People Tools 8.61.04. And this information, let me go to process monitor. If I want to see this information, I can click Control Shift J. Okay, so it's not enabled right now. We can enable this in web profile. Right, so we can enable this option. It will tell you the People Tools version, the app server on which it is, all those details you can see. Maybe I'll enable it and show it to you tomorrow.
Okay.
So yeah, that's all for today. Any questions?
No, I'm good, except that Linux command and all those things. I was seeing that first time, so maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sinu, have you worked on terminal before?
Yes, ma'am. I have worked.
Okay. So just to give you an like just in 1 minute, if I had to explain the common commands. So when you execute a command, it can be a command itself, and then you can pass some arguments to it, right? So if I execute ls means list this directory. If I click trigger ls command, it will list all the folders and files in this folder. If I want to see the present working directory, I have to execute pwd, present working directory. Pwd will tell me where I am right now. And as this is a Linux server, so in Windows, you start with C drive, D drive, right? So say C program files, Microsoft, something like this, you'll have the folders, right? But on Linux, it starts with root folder. So the root folder is /. That's the first folder, right? Then you have another directory, then you have another directory, then you have another directory, then some file, something, right? So this is the structure of a Linux file system. It starts with root. In Windows, it starts with the drive name, C drive, D drive, E drive, whatever it is, right? So, and in Linux, you have command, right? So you have, say, ls. Ls is the command. You can pass arguments to it. So say -l. L is you list the contents, like you show me all the details, not just the folder or file name. ls-l will give you more details. So here it just listed the folder names and file names, right? Here it will tell you when it was created, who created it, which group has ownership, what kind of ownership this file has or the folder has, what kind of a file it is. So if it starts with D, it's a directory. If it starts with hyphen, it's a regular file, right? Then the first letter is the file type. So if it is D, it is directory. If it is hyphen, it is a regular file. Then would be the permissions. So the permissions are in three sets. So yeah, so we can go in detail maybe later.
Yeah, no problem.
Like for now, just understand that you would interact with Linux system using command line, commands only. Yeah. If there are not more questions, yeah, tell me.
Where do we get this, or how do we get this recording of every session? Today's my first class.
Sumaya can provide the recording. So she has already started the recording. She can provide the link.
Okay.
Yeah. So maybe just search for the commands, common Unix commands. Yeah. So sorry, what was the question again?
Vertical and horizontal.
Right. So say, for example, your load increases, number of users increase. You have two options. Either you can scale horizontally or you can scale vertically. Now, what I mean by this is, say this is your application server and it has 16 GB of RAM, out of which, yeah, let's consider this much. So you have one application server which has 16 GB of RAM. Now, as the number of users increase, you can either, if you have capacity, you can increase the number of server processes like PSAP, PSRV. You can increase the number of processes depending on the load. If that is not the possibility, then you can go with vertical scaling or horizontal scaling. By vertical scaling, what I mean is you can increase this 16 GB to 32 GB. That is vertical scaling. Like you are increasing the capacity of the same server, right? That is vertical scaling. But instead of increasing the capacity of the same server, if you are going to create one more server with the same configuration, 16 GB, that is called horizontal scaling. So like you're scaling it, expanding horizontally. If you are increasing the capacity of the same server, like you're upgrading it from 16 GB to 32 GB, like you are increasing it, that is vertical scaling. Yeah? Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay. And my screen is shared, right?
Yes, it is so.
Okay. So now we had completed application server installation, web server installation yesterday. We had seen how to load balance the requests. And today we will first go through process scheduler setup, like how to create a process scheduler. After that, we will set up open search, right, to enable global search in the application. So, sorry, I think you've opened Classic Home. Could you go back?
Home?
Yeah, you can click on Home. Now go to the navbar. Click on that. Go to menu. Go to People Tools. Process Scheduler. And Process Monitor. So in Process Monitor, there are two pages. One is Process List, where you can search for the processes that you've run. There are some filters that you can apply to narrow down your search. The second page, Server List, could you go to that? That will list all the schedulers that are there in the system. So right now, the scheduler which was created by default is this one, PRCS 8278. And it is created on this host name, like which is our VM. So now we need to just consider that this becomes occupied, and you have like the number of processes that run are more in your application. So you need one more scheduler to distribute the load, like to take the additional load. So we will see how to create a process scheduler from PS admin menu. Let's go to the VM. Here, go back one step. Okay. Go to process scheduler. Create a domain. Yeah. So this setup is very similar to application server setup. So it is asking for the domain name. We will give the database name as the domain name here, CS92U032. Enter. Now, again, this menu might be familiar because it is similar to application servers menu. Here, if you see the first option, application engine server, which is your PSAE SRV process. So you need to run application engines on this scheduler. So we will keep it yes. Then second option is master scheduler. So in your PeopleSoft system, there can be only one master scheduler. So if the other one is already a master scheduler, we'll keep this as no. So let's press 2 and enter. Yeah, so it becomes no. Perf collator, we are not using performance monitor, so we can switch it off. So perf collator is related to something called performance monitor, which is a facility in PeopleSoft where you can see how much time the transactions are taking. So that is an additional setup, and we are not going to capture the performance data. So we are going to keep it no. Then domains gateway, push notifications, real-time indexing. Now this is related to search, as in we talked about open search, right? So real-time indexing is related to open search. Like when you navigate through some navigations, real-time data should be sent to open search, so that you get the suggestions, most accurate suggestions in your search box. So we will keep it yes. Then database name is correct. DB type is Oracle process scheduler, sorry, process server. Now you already have one scheduler whose name is PS Unix 83 something, right? Like we saw it in PIA, it has some name, PRCS 82 something.
8278.
8278, right? So this name is that parameter, process server. Now these names should be unique. So if you already have a process scheduler with PS UNX, like name PS UNX, you cannot create another one with the same name. Like you cannot bring up both the domains together. So we will, as it is not conflicting with the existing name, we will keep it as is. So PS UNX will be our process scheduler name. Then comes user ID, press 13 and type the user ID which has access to boot process scheduler. In our case, it is PS. So we will enter PS, enter, give the user password in 14. Small case, yeah. Connect ID, people. And connect password. Yeah, so we're all good. We can load the configuration as shown. So we can press 7. Right, now you can boot this domain. So process scheduler also works on Oracle Tuxedo. So the process of starting the services is similar to application server. The server processes names are different. So for example, in application server, you had PSAP, PSRV, PSSAM serve, all those processes, query serve, quick serve. Here, the process names are different. So the first one is PSRTI SRV, which stands for real-time indexing server process. So this process specifically takes care of real-time indexing. The second process is PSAE SRV, which is used for running application engine programs. So you would see multiple PSAE SRV processes started because one PSAE SRV process can run one process at a time. So say if you want a scheduler to handle 3 processes concurrently, you would configure the number of processes as 3. So by default, it is 3, I guess. So it has started 3 PSAE SRV services. Depending on your load and depending on how many concurrent processes you want to run on a scheduler, you can increase this number in the configuration file. So like we can increase the number for PSAE SRV to say 5 or 7, and according to that number, it will start the number of processes. And the next process is PSDST SRV. So this stands for distribution server process. So distribution as in the posting of reports. So initially, if you remember, we had discussed that process scheduler is going to create the log files on itself first. Then it is going to transfer those files to the web server. That process is called posting. So that transfer is taken care by PSDST SRV. Okay. Then there is PSPRCS SRV. So PSPRCS RV takes care of scheduling, like capturing, like for example, you have scheduled a process and that entry goes in the process scheduler tables like PRCS request and PRCS queue. Now someone has to check on the database if there are any new requests, right? So PRCS SRV is a process which does that. It polls the database every 15 seconds or 10 seconds, depending on the configuration. And it will check those tables and see if there are any new process requests. If there are any new process requests, it will start those programs, execution of those programs on the process scheduler. If something completes and needs to be updated in the database, this process is going to do that. So if you see, when a process starts, it is in queued status first. Yes. As soon as it gets picked up, it changes to initiated, then processing. So that update, who is doing that update in the database? This process, PSPRCS RV. So this process is responsible for polling the database, getting the new process requests and processing them. And if there are any updates to be made to the database, like process completes, it has to update the status, distribution completes, it has to update the status again. Those kind of things are taken care by PRCS RV. Then last one is monitor serve. So if any of these processes gets killed abruptly, or so monitor serve is going to bring back that process again. So say you've configured 7 PSAE SRV processes and something happens to one PSAE SRV process, like for some reason it gets killed. So PS monitor SRV is going to start another PSAE SRV in place of, like, because now the number has reduced from 7 to 6, right? So monitor SRV will check the configuration and try to match that number. So it will bring up the 7th process. That's the purpose of PS monitor SRV. Right? Now it says that it has started all the processes. So which means our process scheduler is up. Let's go to the PIA. And you can refresh this page or click on refresh. Go to server list. As you can see, now there are 2 process schedulers. One is PSUNX, which we have created, right? And one was already there. Now, if you see the status, it says running with no report node. So what this means is, for posting the files, for transferring the files from process scheduler to web server, it refers to a configuration called report node. So in report node, you define which web server should be used for the transfer, which protocol should be used for the transfer. All those settings are defined in a report node configuration. And then that unique report node ID is used in your server configuration. Like the server should be using this particular report node. So we are going to see the definition of this server. Go to navbar. Go to navbar.
Yeah.
And go to menu. Now here, if you scroll down, there is something called process scheduler servers. Click on process scheduler servers. नीचे वाला.
Oh, yeah.
Just below report notes. Yeah.
I clicked.
So here you will find the definitions for all the process schedulers that you have in the system. Directly click enter. You can type enter. Yeah, it will show you all the process definitions that already exist in the system. Now our scheduler is PSUNX. Let's click on that, the last one. Now this configuration decides what all things can run on the scheduler, in what priority, and how many concurrent processes can run, when they can run. Like, or you can decide, on Saturday and Sunday, this should not pick up any process. So those kind of settings are done in server definition. So we've opened the server definition page. Here you can see sleep time and heartbeat. So sleep time is 15 seconds, which means that it will poll database every 15 seconds. So it is going to check for new processes every 15 seconds, which would be done by which process? Like on process scheduler
Monitor.
VM, we saw one.
No, monitor is something is down. Yeah.
Yeah. It is PS PRCS RV.
Yes. Okay.
You can go back to the VM and see it would be last second process that was started.
Yes.
Yeah, PS PRCS RV. Yeah, let's go back to PIA. So now here, if you see the bottom grid, it says process types that can run on the server. So this defines what all processes can run on the server. So say if you have run an application engine, this scheduler is capable of running application engine. That is what it means. Like it is ready to pick those process types. So if you set this to 0, for example, application engine and max concurrent, if you set it to 0, no app engines will be transferred to this server. No application engines will run on this server. They will be transferred to some other schedulers which are running, like which have value more than 0. If every scheduler you make app engine 0 in all the servers configuration, then your processes will always be in queued status. It will not be picked by any of the schedulers. So sometimes what happens is when we are setting up a new system, we miss verifying these values, and if process is going to queued, for example, SQR report or SQR process is going to queued, then you might have to check whether this value is more than 0 or not. And this is also helpful when you have to restrict some kind of processes. So say you don't want SQR reports to run on PSUNX, but rather you want them to run on a Windows process scheduler. So same process schedulers can be created on Windows machines as well. So those are known as PSNT servers. So if you see in the list, there was PSNT as well, which is there in the system by default. So PSNT, like generally you name them PSNT, NT1, NT2, NT3, something like that. Anything starting with PSNT is a Windows process scheduler. Anything starting with PSUNX is a Linux or Unix flavored process scheduler. So if you want to run the SQR processes only on Windows, then you can make this value 0 on all the Unix servers and make this value more than 0 on all the Windows servers, Windows schedulers, right? So that is the purpose of these values, right? Then you can, there is one more thing, you can create process category. So by default, there are only 2 categories, default and load cache. So you can create your own categories, like say Windows category or Linux category or important category. And then you can tag or user reports category. Like users, they run a lot of PS queries, for example, and you want those processes to run only on one specific server or two specific servers. Then you can create a process category, say user reports, and then you can map that process category to PS query process. So you can map that category to PS query process. So whenever a user triggers a PS query process, because that has process category as a user report, it will go to the schedulers where max concurrent is more than 0 for that particular process category. Is it making sense or it's a bit confusing?
Yeah. No. It is making, but it is new. Okay.
Yeah. So basically, you create process category, you map it to a specific process, right? And then when running the process, it will check this configuration. The server is going to check this configuration, asking like, am I really allowed to run this process because it has process category X or Y. So like these values will decide whether the scheduler is allowed to run these processes or not. Say someone runs a process, it will check what is the category of that process. Server will check, am I allowed to run this? No, reject it. Like don't take it up. Some other scheduler will take it up. If none of the schedulers are configured to run this particular process category, it will remain in queue. And this is a common issue when we set new process categories. We sometimes forget to review this configuration, increase the value from 0 to something else. So basically this decides whether the process will be processed by scheduler or not. Scroll up, go to distribution. Distribution is the process of transferring the files from scheduler to web server, which is the posting process. So here you don't have a node configured. It's blank right now. So there is no report node configured. That is why it was showing that message like it is not configured with any report node. For now, just cancel. Okay, or select it. Anyway, we will review the report node configuration. Select it and save it. Maximum retries you can set to 3. Maximum and interval to 60 seconds or something.
Transfer system repository.
Yes. Yeah, you can check that and save it. Now, what this means is, say for some reason, your web server which transfer the files is down. So your process will remain in posting status. Like it will be in posting. But then it is not going to give up in the first try itself. So the number of retries, this number will decide how many times the scheduler is going to try posting the files and at what interval, right? So these values are for that. Yep. Go
if
to
at all it
notification.
is not if at all it is not posted, that means posted to web server, but there should be some provision app server maybe we can see or somewhere, no?
So user browser, if you remember the diagram, user browser is connected to?
App server.
It is connected
browser
to
only
web
server.
server.
Yes, correct.
Web server. So any static files which are lying on your web server can be viewed by the browsers directly. And as they are static files, you don't need any processing there, right? Once they are created, they are created. You are not going to change the process logs. Once the process completes, it is done writing the files, they become static.
Yeah.
Like no changes required after that. Then why do you require application server to do that for you? Because application server is the brain of your whole architecture. It handles all the processing of data and anything dynamic. But the static files, they can just lie on your web server anybody can request and view that, like depending on his access. That's why those static files will reside on the web server, and that is known as report repository. So from your report repository, you can view the log files, and we will see where how it is defined. When we see the report node configuration, we will know. Okay, go to operation. Yeah, so I was saying that if you want to free that scheduler for Saturday and Sunday, you can do it from here. Like you can remove the row for Saturday and Sunday. What this means is this scheduler is going to run the process only between these times. So on Sunday, starting from 12 a.m. to midnight. Monday, again, 12 a.m. to midnight, 24 hours. But if you want to restrict a certain scheduler, like restrict the processing on certain scheduler, you can remove the row here. Okay. Or you can modify the time. And you might ask, like, what is the use case here? So say your month-end processing is going to commence, right? And or say you're running very, like data-intensive jobs on weekend, and you don't want anything else to run. No, sorry, that's a wrong example. Or say during maintenance, say you want to recycle the schedulers one by one, and you don't want the scheduler to pick up anything during those 4-5 hours. So you can skip, like if you have 4 schedulers, for example, you can keep it free, like one scheduler for first 2 hours, then the next scheduler, then the third one, and then the fourth one. So during those 2 hours, it will not pick up any process, so that your scheduler is free and you can do your maintenance task. So, and there could be other use cases as well, but I can only think of this right now.
Okay. So,
but basically, whenever yeah, tell me.
So these are about days. Is there any like certain this date to this date every day at this time run the process?
No, dates are not there. Only weekdays. Like, I mean, only the days of the week. You can restrict. Like every Sunday, this server should be free for some purpose. Yeah. Go to notification. So here, if you want, say, there are some errors on the server and you want to get notified, you can give your email ID here, right? So that's what it is. If you want to get notified, you should get a notification. Go to daemon.
If some process fails. Or?
If some process fails, then there is a different page, like, yeah. So it can be done from the process level itself. It does not need to be on process scheduler level. This is for the whole scheduler, like the scheduler that you've created on the server. It is for that. If there are any errors on the scheduler, if you want to get notified, you would configure your ID here. Okay. Go to daemon. Yeah. So this daemon is like if you want to run a specific process like multiple times in a day without like using recurrence. There is a concept of recurrence, right? Where you can decide it should run every 15 minutes or every 30 minutes or every 2 hours. If you want to set a daemon without a recurrence, like, it should automatically start, say, like every hour it should run. So that can be set up from here. And in process definition, you get to choose if it is a daemon process or not. So it is used for running daemon processes. So it's not very widely used. Like I've never seen it being used for any purpose. The most common ones are notification, your distribution and server definition. Operation also you don't usually touch it. But server definition is the most important, then distribution, then your notification.
Okay.
Yep. Now let's see the report node definition. So let's go to navbar, menu. Here, if you scroll down, there should be report nodes, process scheduler report nodes in the middle here. Press enter. Yeah, so there is only one report node. That's why it opened the page directly. Now this report node decides how your files will be transferred, like using which protocol, which server, which port, all of that. So if you see, the protocol that is chosen here is HTTP, right? Click on that drop down to see what other options are there. You can use FTP, you can use Xcopy, you can use SFTP, you can use HTTPS. So if your web server is HTTPS enabled, you can go with HTTPS as well. If you want to transfer the file using FTP and not the web server, then you can choose FTP. Then your web server will not be used in that case. Only in case of HTTP, your web server will be used. And Xcopy is a command only for Windows. So if your report repository is on Windows, you can use Xcopy. Yeah. So let it be HTTP. Let's. The next field is URL ID. So this is in a specific pattern. Your protocol, your server name, the port, then PS reports / your site name. So in our case, our site name is PS. So before that, whatever you see is in a like steady pattern. You will not, if you change anything there, it will not work. So it has to be your web server URL, like till the port number / PS reports / your site name. If you enter incorrect site name, it will give error, like it will not open your log files. Then operating system, it is Unix or Windows you can choose. So in our case it is Unix. Scroll down, then you set the URI host. Now this URI host is your web server, so the DNS or the IP address of your web server. Right? And where your web server is listening,
Support.
just yeah. So on whichever web server, like whichever port your web server is listening, you have to specify that port. And then URI resource. This is again a steady pattern, like it is a fixed pattern. It should be scheduler transfer / your site name. So like you check any PeopleSoft application, say in development, you will see scheduler transfer / say PS dev. In UAT, you will see scheduler transfer / PS UAT or something, like whatever your site name is. But the scheduler transfer will remain constant. You cannot change that. Right? And that's the servlet name, which is responsible for transferring the files. The URL ID, which is on top, that is also a fixed pattern. So you just have to change, not this one, the URL ID that we discussed at the top near protocol. So that pattern is also fixed. You just have to change the site name and your web server URL till the port number. The PS reports remain constant. Right? So that's it here. Like now what happens is when your scheduler wants to transfer the files, it is going to contact this web server, which is mentioned in URI host. This web server on this particular port, and it is going to transfer using this servlet. Scheduler transfer is a servlet. that it is going to use to transfer the files. Now, when you access those files from the browser, it is going to open it using this URL ID. This URL that you see, it will open with this link. Now, let's go to, like, some process might have run, right? Let's go to process monitor and try to see the logs. You will see this URL in the browser.
Shall I use new window?
Yeah, you can use new window. So if you notice, when you clicked new window, your site name has now changed to PS_15. You don't have to worry about that. It is going to assign new number as you open new windows. If you open one more new window, it will have some random number assigned to it.
16.
Yeah, PS16. Yeah. So go to navbar and go to process monitor. Try to click on details of one of the processes. Yeah. Go to view log trace. Click on the log file. Yeah. So now if you see in the URL, what is mentioned? Localhost.local domain. Now this host name is of your VM, right? And it is not able to recognize this particular domain outside of your VM. That's why you are seeing this. So now we have to change our report node configuration to reflect correct URL. Let's go to report nodes once again. Now copy the URL from your browser, like not this one, the one which is in your report node. Go to report node page from the URL bar in the browser. From the URL bar in the browser, copy till port number, till 8100. Copy it and replace it like in the report node configuration.
Report node configuration.
Yeah, URL ID. Go to URL ID, replace that till 8000, remove till 8000 and paste whatever you have copied. Remove that extra slash. Yeah, that's it. Save it. Save.
But the port
Go
also
to process. Yeah. So this port now, this port is which web server are you going to use for posting? This can be different from your URL ID. Like you can have a separate web server domain which is dedicated only for posting, right? So you can change it to 8100, not a problem. But in a production scenario, you might have a separate web server responsible only for posting. Because say if you are posting a very big file which is in GB, and if your web server crashes, you don't want to bring down your web server which user is logged into. So say you're logged into this 8100, and if you give 8100 here in URI port, then that web server 8100 is going to be used for posting. Posting is basically transferring the files. And if you're transferring a very big file, your web server might crash. Like if you don't have, say, sufficient heap memory, your web server might crash, and this site that you're accessing will go down. You don't want that to happen. So generally what they would do is they will have a dedicated web server for posting reports. And even if it goes down, the only impact is your processes will be in posting status for some time.
Yeah.
Sorry, did you get that point?
Yeah, I got it.
Okay. So if that dedicated web server goes down, your processes will be in posting. That's the only impact. But if
The
you
file will
use,
be posted.
uh, if you use this link 8100 port, then what will happen if a big file is getting transferred and if it crashes the web server, this web server will go down. You will not be able to access the application. So URL ID is totally different than URI host and URI port that you provide. URI host and port is the actual web server who is responsible for transferring the files. And this URL ID is the URL with which you are going to view the logs. So in a load balancer setup, for example, this URL will be the end user URL, the load balancer URL. It has nothing to do with your web server, right? Whatever URL end user uses, that URL will come here in URL ID.
Yeah.
Make sense?
Finally user has to see the file, whatever.
Correct.
Posting.
Now do one thing, go to process monitor once again. Yeah, try to click on view that log file once again.
This is
Click on that log file. Yeah. Okay. Now close this. So you saw that you're not able to view the logs. Close it and close this window as well, like process monitor, this view log trace window. Close this one.
Did I save this? Save this? I don't know.
Yeah, you saved that. Now open details once again in process monitor. Click on view log trace. Click on the file. Okay. What does it say? Web page was not found. This is 404. So this log file, it is saying was not found, right? So the report repository that we had created, let's go to the VM. Control C. Go to your configuration home.
Yes,
dollar CD CD dollar PSCFG home.
Yeah.
PSCFG. PS underscore CFG underscore CFG and yeah. Enter. LS. Do you see any PS reports folder here?
No. Yes, it is there. Sorry, it's there.
Okay. CD PS reports. Enter. LS. Go to this folder.
Yeah.
LS. On which date did it run? Go to process monitor and check. On which date it was on 10/1. That is today, right? October 1st.
Okay, it's MMDD. Okay.
Yeah. Go to the server. See if there is any folder for
2024. Yes, it is there. This one, last one.
yeah. Go to that. Yeah. Go to that folder.
24 100.
LS. Now go to PIA once again.
Yeah.
There is something called report ID.
Here it
what is that?
There.
Yeah. With that, there should be one folder. See if you have
62. Yeah.
LS.
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Now
there is
file.
this file, right, with the same process instance 86344. Can you check the process instance?
Process. Okay, fine. Yes, 86344 process instances.
Right. So file is present, but we are not able to see the file. Let's go back to PIA.
Okay.
Right. Now do one thing. Bounce your web server and bounce your scheduler.
Okay. So from here only, no, you have to do.
Yes. Go to
So
PS
control
admin.
C. Control C.
No, you are already on the prompt, so no need to control C. When you are inside PS admin, then you have to control C basically means you are terminating the current command. Right. So yeah, PS admin. Go to third option. First, shut it down.
So bounce means shut it down, or again
Bounce. Yeah, bounce means shut down and then bring it up.
bring it up. Okay.
Yeah. Yes. What is that?
Stopping the domain, verifying domain status. Syntax error, unexpected end of file.
Press Control C once. Once again, Control C. Type which, WHICH, space, SQL plus, SQLPLUS. Enter. Okay, it's working. Okay, no problem. You type PS-EF, PS space -EF, grep, pipe symbol in grep, Java, and then again pipe symbol and grep your database name, CS, like your web server domain name, 032. Enter. Yeah. Can you kill this PID? Kill -9. Space PID 291209.
Okay. PS admin 29. Okay.
1209. Enter.
Why are we killing it? Let's
Because using PS admin, we could not bring down the domain. There is some error. We'll check it maybe tomorrow what that error is. If for some reason your web server does not come down, you can kill that PID so that it's killed forcefully.
Okay.
PS admin. Go to your process scheduler. Administrator domain. Bounce both of them. Select first. Bring it down. Normal shutdown you can do. So tomorrow is a holiday for you.
Yes, it is.
Okay. Yeah, you can boot it. No, it's already shut down. No? You have to boot it now.
Okay, domain name is same. I was thinking about the other domain to bring it. Okay. So, boot this domain. Sorry.
Go back. So we will connect tomorrow, right? Or you want to take leave?
No, we can connect.
Okay.
If you have some other plans, then let me know. That's fine.
No, day after tomorrow, I have some plans. That is not fixed. I'll inform you tomorrow.
Sure. So now 9 processes started this day. That means this is
Go
up.
back.
Now domain is PRCS DOM. So I have to go back and go back.
First option. No. You could have gone to administrator domain. Anyway, go to process scheduler. Administrator domain.
Yes.
Bounce the second one as well. Boot it.
The Microsoft start.
Shall we start a little early tomorrow?
Yeah, we can.
At what time? Like 6? Is it fine?
Okay, fine.
Or maybe in the day, because I'm not working tomorrow, so we can finish it off in the morning itself, so that you'll have evening for yourself.
Sure.
Yeah. So let me know what time is suitable for you. We can connect at that time.
Sure. I'm just checking. Data migration activities are happening. I'll let you know.
Yeah.
So 7% started. So now go to the
let's bring up. Yeah, it's already. Yeah, you've booted it. So let's start the web server now, which we had brought down. Go back to the web server menu.
Okay.
Yeah. Administer. First one. Boot. So do you have any feedback on the pace or like the way of explanation? Like, do I need to improve anywhere?
No, it's very good actually. You explain it very well with examples and all. Which is, yeah, really you can understand.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Thanks.
And you are really being patient with me. I know that.
No, that's fine. That's my job. So Okay, so the web server has started. Let's go to PIA. Yeah, you can refresh this page. You'll be most probably logged out, but let's refresh this. Yeah, and why did that happen? Because we've restarted the web server, so your session is gone. When you restart, everything is gone, lost. We'll have to log in again. Click on details, view log, click there. Why does it say this was not found? Okay, do one thing. Server one thing. Go to the VM. Control C. Control C. Yeah. Go back 2 steps. Like no. CD. Type CD dot dot. CD dot dot slash. No, CD space dot dot. So CD is the command. Then first parameter is dot dot slash dot dot. Enter. So it will take you 2 steps back.
Okay.
Yeah. So dot means current directory. Dot dot means previous directory.
Now?
Yeah. Sorry. Now go back one more step.
That's all?
No, CD dot dot.
Yeah.
Dot dot is previous directory. Enter.
Yeah.
Go back one more step. CD space dot dot. Yeah. So this is your PSCFG home, right? Can you type PWD? Yeah. And LS. Go to web serve. LS. So there are 2 domains, right? One is PeopleSoft and other one is
Yes.
CS92. Go to PeopleSoft. Now here, find that configuration.properties file. So type find space dot space hyphen name space config star dot prop star.
Star.
Spelling is incorrect. Config spelling star dot prop star. Enter. Yeah, the first one. CD applications PeopleSoft portal.war, like whatever is there on the screen, go to that folder.
Yeah.
No, capital.
Docs. Yes.
PS. That's it. Enter.
Sorry.
LS. Now type cat space configuration tab. You can press tab. dot properties. Yeah. Then pipe symbol,
Hmm?
grep web, W capital, EB. No, grep web, W capital EB. That's it. Enter. Okay. Web profile equal to prod. So if you see, in what it does is, cat is to view the contents of the file. Like cat configuration dot properties means you want to view all the contents of the file, but then you want to search for specific pattern in that file. So you have passed that to grep command. So grep command is going to filter only the lines which have web word in it, right? So web profile equal to prod, we can see. Okay.
Yeah.
Now PWD once. Okay, it's a long path. So let's do one thing. CD space $PSCFG home. PS. Enter. Web serve. No, CD web serve. Like, go to web serve and then our new domain CS.
CD, yeah. Then
Yeah. Yeah. Tab you can press. Now press upper arrow key. Press upper arrow key till you get that long path. Enter. Because your web server, the new web server will also have the same folder structure. So we reuse that command. Reuse the cat command as well. Press upper arrow key. That one, right. Enter. This is also
prod.
prod. Okay, now if this is prod, okay, go to, okay, type CD space hyphen. Hyphen. Enter.
Hyphen. CD space hyphen.
Yeah. Enter. Okay. So you're back to the previous directory. So we did not have to type dot the long, like we directly came to our previous directory. Now go back one more step, two more steps actually. Okay, but anyway you cannot copy, right? No, not like that. Sorry. CD dot. But that's okay. We don't need that. Go to PIA. I just needed the path. Go to PIA.
Yeah.
And go to web profile configuration. Go to your nav bar. Go to menu. Click on people tools. At the top you have people tools, right? Click on that link. Go to the bottom. Go to web profile.
Yeah.
Go to web profile configuration. Open prod. Like press enter. Now there should be one web profile called prod. Click on that.
Yeah.
Come down. Yeah, enable report repository is there,
Path is not there.
and path is not there. Let's specify the path. Like we had given it when we set up the web server, but anyway, let's give the path here. Just refer your VM and give the full path of this till 8.61. So home psadm2 psft pt. Yeah, go back to PIA.
Yeah, okay.
Type /home /psadm2.
Small letter is fine, huh?
Yeah, small letter only, because our folders are in small letters. If you give capital, it will not work. /psft /pt /8.61. Yeah, save it. Yeah. Can you verify the path if that is correct against your VM? You can check.
Yeah.
Is it correct?
Don't we have to give web server and all those things? No.
No. Only till 8.61.
8.6 is correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Into, yeah. Yes. Into, yeah.
Now, can you
Okay.
bounce the web server? Better to kill it.
Okay.
Type ps-ef grep java grep your web server name.
Yes, I can do that. Grep Java. Grep. Whichever means.
CS. Yeah.
Shall I enter?
Yes, enter. Kill that PID. Kill -9.
PID is 296 296 748 748. Yes. Yeah. Now do I need to go to PS admin again?
Yeah, PS admin and start the domain. Okay, I guess we've made one small mistake. We have to specify the path till PS reports in the web profile. Okay, anyway, and that value is optional. I don't know. Maybe while configuring, configuring the web server, we had given wrong path. It was not till PS reports. That's what I'm thinking. But let's verify. Okay, Control C. Control C.
Yes. It's not happening.
Control C. Yeah. This is your web server, right? Can you PWD? We need to go to configuration.properties. Can you press your upper key and that long string was there, right? Yeah, that one. CD.
This one?
No. The other one. CD application something.
This one?
Yeah, this one. Enter. Again, cat configuration.properties. But we have to grab something else. So remove web and type PSADM2. Enter. Yeah, report repository path we've given only till 8.61. We have to give till PS reports. I guess so. It has to be till PS reports. 1 second. Okay, let's try changing this to PS reports. Do VI configuration.properties.
Yeah.
Enter. Type slash PSADM2 because we want to search PSADM2. Yeah, here take your mouse there, like not the mouse, sorry, your cursor, like use your upper keys. Okay, press enter first. Yeah, now your cursor is there, right?
Yes.
Take it to the end, so shift A. Type shift A. Type slash PS reports in small letters. Yeah, escape. Type escape. Now save this file, :WQ.
Small w, small q.
Yep. Enter. Now go to web profile once again. Go to front end and remove that value from that field.
I'm not able to come out. Yes. I'm not able to. Yesterday I have done something.
Control, right control.
Right control.
Yeah. Now move your cursor. No, don't capture.
Right control.
Now move your mouse. You should be able to move your mouse. Yeah. Refresh this page. We don't need this value. Refresh this page. Yeah. Log in again. And go to prod web profile. Search and go to prod. Remove that value. Go to the bottom and remove that value.
This one.
Save it. bounce the web server. First kill that PID and then boot it up. You'll have to find the PID first. So ps-ef.
PS-EF.
Grep Java, grep web server name, pipe symbol.
Yeah. Okay, shall I enter?
Yeah. And then
Yes, admin.
PS admin, yeah. Start the web server. So maybe we will end after this issue is resolved. We'll connect tomorrow. It's a bit late now. So tomorrow we will do the open search installation. We'll configure global search that we will target for tomorrow. And if possible, I'll show you the SSL configuration as well.
Okay.
SSL is in, we will convert the URLs from HTTP to HTTPS.
Okay.
Like we will install SSL certificates so that our site is secure.
Secure. Yeah.
Yeah, you can go to the screen, PIA. Refresh this page. Give PS password. Go to process monitor and verify if you're able to see.
This also would have gone.
There. Yes. No. You can refresh it. No problem.
Oh.
Refresh it will work. Oh, it's gone. Then close the window. Maybe it will impact your. Close the window. You can go from web profile window. No, you'll have to log in. That session is also gone. Just refresh this page once. Yeah. Log in again. Now, better to go from recently visited. We don't need web profile anymore. So we can go to recently visited, process monitor. Now try opening the log file. Yeah. So the problem was that the repository path in our web server configuration was incorrect. All right. So once we gave the correct path till PS reports, this started to work. And again, in the URL, if you see, now our IP address is coming instead of localhost local domain. And why is that? It is because we've changed the report node as well. Right now, go to process monitor and close this dialog box. Click on server list. Now you don't see that message that it is running with no report node. Like so, what we have done today is we have seen the report node configuration. We have corrected the report node configuration. We have corrected the repository path which was there in the web server configuration. That should be pointing to the PS reports folder. Then we created a new scheduler. We saw the server definition page. We gave the report node value there, and we bounced all the servers. That's how now this is fully set up. You can view the logs. Your scheduler is up with the report node. It is ready to run the processes as well as show you the logs. Right?
Yes.
So let's connect tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay. Now it's logged in as PS ADM2, right? Yeah. This is where you left off.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah. Just check if your application server is up.
Okay.
How would you check that?
Yeah.
Do you remember the command PS admin?
Yes, admin. That's all, no?
Yeah. Yeah. Go to application server and check the status.
Application server, administrative domain, 4 domain status, no? It's 3.
Correct. Yeah.
Server status. Where it is showing it is up now, server status.
So if you see these processes, that means your server is up, it is running these processes.
Okay.
Yeah. PSAP, PSRV, and other stuff. And if it is down, it would say that the domain is down, currently shut down.
Okay. So now do I need to check the status? Other statuses? No, na? Client and queue?
No, server status is fine. Check the web server as well if your web server is up.
What's the command for that? Again, PSAP, no?
Go back to the main menu. Yeah, queue. Yeah, here select web server.
Application server. Sure. Command to execute.
Administer a domain. Yeah, PeopleSoft. Yeah, it says domain status is started.
Okay, fine. Okay.
Yeah.
Fine.
Now today we will see how to configure an application server. Okay. So we are going to create one more application server. So by default, we got one application server, which was AppDom. But now we want to create one more application server. Say if your load increases, the number of users increase, At that time, you'll need one more domain to handle the requests. So we are going to, create one application server domain in your VM. Go back to application server menu.
Yeah.
Go to application servers. Now here you see the second option is create a domain. Yeah, go to second. Yeah, now it is asking for the domain to be created. So you have to give a unique name. Like you cannot use appdom again because there is already one domain with that name. So let's give our database name, that is CS. Yeah, 9 to you.
1, 2, 3.
No, that is the password.
Okay.
U032, I guess.
Yes.
032.
Zero.
Yeah, enter. Now here there are some configuration templates. If you want it for your development purpose, you don't need a lot of PSAP, PSRV services, or you don't need a lot of integration broker services. You need a very small domain, like which will be used only for development. So there is a template, developer template, which will create a very small domain. Then the next level is small, then medium, then large. So large will have like 25 PSAP, PSRV services, then 10, 15 IB related services. So it would start a lot of services. But in our case, we just need a small domain. So let's select developer.
Yeah.
Now here it has given you some options that you can change. Click on switch once. Click on switch, full screen mode, and then switch. Yeah, but still you're not able to see.
Yeah, that just the background is become black.
Okay. So could you type shift page up? Yeah. So some of the values can be changed here itself. Like if you want to change the value for PubSub servers, you can press option 1. If you want to change quick server, you can press 2. So what will happen is these PubSub servers, they can be either yes or no. So PubSub servers are used for integration broker for your IB, and the full form is publisher and subscriber. So it is related to application messaging integration broker. So if you want to start those services, you have to mark it yes. So if you press 1, it will toggle the switch. Press shift page down. Yeah. Type 1. Enter. Now page shift. Okay. No need to page shift up. If you see now the PubSub servers are yes, which means it will start the IB services. Let's make it no. We don't want that. Let's make it no.
So
1 again.
Okay.
Correct. So it will switch to no. Right. So now we want jolt. That is fine. We want PC debugger because it's a development environment. Event notification, we can switch it off. Press 8. It will toggle. Then performance collator, we are not doing performance monitoring. We can switch it off. Press 10. Analytics server also you can switch it off. 11. Yeah. Then that's it. Now you have to specify the database name. So that application server connects to the database. So we need to give the database name there, and it picks up that database name from a file called tnsnames.ora. We'll look at that file, but let's give the database name and credentials here. So if you see 17th option, which is DB name, which is already CS92U032. That's correct, right?
Yes,
Database
that's
name.
correct. Yes, it is correct.
Yeah. So next is database type, which is Oracle in our case. So we will leave it as is. Press option 19, which is the user ID. So here we have to give an application user ID which has access to boot the application server. So in our case, it is PS. So PS is the ID which has permissions to boot the application server. So we'll give PS there. Give PS.
Yes, caps.
Caps, yeah. Enter. Now user password. So you have to give password for PS here. Press 20.
20, 20.
Yeah, 20. Enter. Now it is asking for user password. Give the password for PS. I think it is in lowercase.
Now it is in uppercase. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I have my
So whatever.
Okay.
So you had reset it, or like did you reset it from front end?
No, I have not done anything.
So like when we checked last time, PS password was in lowercase, right?
Yes, it is in lowercase.
Okay. So you have to give it in lowercase.
Okay, same password I will again configure here for this application.
Correct.
Okay. So CS92U123. Yeah.
Enter. Yeah. Re-enter the password.
Yeah.
Then comes domain ID, which you can leave as is. If you want to differentiate between the domains, you can give it some unique string, but that is optional. Like you can leave it as is. It would not create any problem. Add to paths. If you have some binaries or external applications installed that you want to use in the application server, then you would modify this variable. Normally, you will not touch this variable, but if you have some external program which you want to call through your code, you would add that bin path here in option 22. But we will leave it blank because we don't have any such software. Connect ID, press 23. Now, what is our connect ID?
Let me open that. I want to switch from this.
People. Okay, I'll tell you. People is a connect ID which is used for initial connection. So let's give people. POP.
I'm not able to type anything.
Okay, click again. Then yes.
Yeah.
Capture. Yeah. Now type.
Yes.
In small letters you can give. Give it in
This
small
is
letters. Yeah. It's a database ID, so it does not matter if you give it in small or capital.
What is it? EEO.
Now,
one
second. It is not asking you for password. So
yeah,
you have to first select 24 option. Now give PEOP1E. OP1E. Now domain connection password. So if you remember, we had given domain connection password as well. So like you can give it the same pattern, like CS92U123.
So I'm giving this in caps.
Yeah, okay. Now, what is, yeah. Now it is asking for JSL port. If you remember the diagram, there was a Jolt listener port on application server, right? So that port, so say on this machine, we already have an application server AppDom, which is using 9000 port.
Yes.
right? So we cannot reuse that port on
Port.
some other domain as well.
Yes.
So we need to make sure that the ports which are given are unique. So let's change the port numbers. So
Of JSL port.
yeah, select 29
Yeah.
and give 9100.
But what if some other application using this port will not know, no? 9100.
Correct. Yeah, I'll tell you the way by which you can check if
Okay,
that
shall I
port
enter?
is. Yeah, you can press enter.
Huh.
Now JSL port also you can change 30. Make it 9110. Yeah, enter. That's it. Now click on load configuration as shown 14. So whatever changes you have made, it will write it in the configuration file and create an application server domain. Now your domain is ready. So this can be booted, but before booting, let's check if that port is occupied or not. So you can press Q, come back to the main menu, like main prompt, Q again. Here, type, I'm going to ping you something. Type that. Next
I
that.
have to come out of this actually.
Okay, I'll spell it out. Type netstat, NETSTAT together. Net.
NETSTAT. Yeah.
Correct. Netstat space hyphen AN together. Hyphen AN together. Enter. Press again. Type it again. Netstat.
Net STAT hyphen AN.
A. Right. Enter. Yeah. So it is going to list all the services which are running on all the ports on this machine. Now here you want to find if there is anything which is using 9100. Press upper arrow key. Go to the end. Type a space and then type a pipe symbol. Now type grep, GREP, grep space 9100. Enter. So as you see, there is nothing running on 9100. Let's verify it for 9000, which our AppDom application server is using. Okay, you don't get 9000 as well. Okay, type next. Okay, type upper arrow key and then go to AN. Go to AN. Type OP as well.
ANOP.
Yeah, ANOP space pipe symbol grep 9000. Enter. Okay. Okay, let's check the jolt port which is used by our current application server. Maybe we are finding the wrong port. Enter PS admin. Yeah. Go to AppDom application server. Administer AppDom. So now you can see there are two domains which are there. Yeah, one, and then we have to check the configuration file. So press 6, edit configuration logs files. And here I want to check the domain configuration file because there is where I would find the port information. Press 1. So it will take you to the domain configuration file in VI editor. Now I have to search for JSL, so or jolt. Type / and then type jolt, JOLT in capital letters. Enter. So if you
903.
see, it is using 9033. That's why we were not able to find any entry for 9000. Now to get out of this file, you have to press a colon
Colon Q
and
and
then Q
exclamation.
exclamation, small Q and exclamation.
Small Q.
Enter. Yeah. Now Control C. You can press Control C if you want to, get out of this menu. Yeah. Now type that netstat command again with 9033. Netstat -an grep pipe symbol grep. Yeah. Enter. Yeah. So as you can see, this server is listening on 9033. The last column, it says listen. So the server is listening on 9033 already. So you cannot use this port once again for any of your services on the server.
So at the time of configuration, it will not tell us that whether it is already
Correct.
being used, but
Right.
we'll have to check it.
Right. Now what happens is when you configure a domain, you're not starting anything. Like you're just configuring it and the service is down. It is on the hard disk. As soon as you start booting the domain, it will start some services, right? It will start utilizing some ports. That's when it will conflict with the existing port. Let's go and try to boot our application server domain. Let's see if we have configured
Just
it
give
correctly.
me a minute, Mohan. Just
Yeah.
give me a minute. So we are again booting.
Yeah, we are booting our application server, which we just created. Let's go to PS admin. Go to application server that we've just created. Second option. Let's try to boot this domain.
So few values we have not configured, Mohan. So we can come back anytime and configure.
Correct.
Like
Right.
some things
Say,
which we in future we would like to configure that.
right. So there are some parameters which, like for example, there are only 3 PSAP PSRV processes that are started, and you want to increase it to 5. So those values can be changed in the configuration file. You can save that configuration file and boot it again. So
then that time first we have to configure and then the next is boot. So suppose now we can use it for to configure if we wish to change anything and then boot it.
Right. Right. And some values can be directly changed into configuration file. You don't have to go through configure this domain option. You can choose option 6, which is edit configuration files. And you can directly go to that domain configuration and change the values. Like the file that we just saw, right?
Yeah, just now we
Yeah.
have done it.
Yeah. So let's try to boot this domain now. Serial boot. Yeah.
So basically booting is nothing but we are starting the domain for
Correct.
use.
Right. Yeah. So now as you can see, it is starting PSAP PSRV. PS WhatsApp, it has already started. Okay, it has successfully started one PSAP PSRV, which means that our database information and the passwords that we have entered, the user IDs, everything is correct. Let's wait for the domain to be booted completely. Yeah, so it says 8 processes started, which means whatever we have configured is accurate. If there was any miss in, say, people's password or the ID does not have access to boot the application server, this domain will not be booted. It will give some error and you'll have to go and check the logs. Now, now this application server is up, right? So I would like to share my screen just to explain what we've done till now.
This, one second, come out of this. I'm not able to come out of this the screen.
Type right control, press right control.
Okay. Okay. Right control.
Did it not ask you anything? Yeah. Can just I guess okay, one second. Take your mouse down to the bottom. Click on cancel here. Click on cancel. Take your mouse to the bottom and here do you have any thing to minimize?
No.
No? Okay, one second. One second, let me quickly search how to get out of
Escape double click I'm doing, it's not happening.
Okay. You have to
This one, okay, let's click on icon to the mouse button. Okay.
okay. So you have to press right control key and Q. Right control and Q. One second.
Yeah.
This is for closing the virtual. No, click on cancel. Click on cancel. Type right control key and L.
Right control key and L. Yeah.
No.
Nothing. No, nothing.
One second. Okay. Type right control key and capital Q, like control shift and Q.
Yeah.
No?
This is what is coming on. Closing.
Click on cancel. Okay. Right control and F. Right control F.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe just note down this shortcut.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since I've used this virtual box.
No problem. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to present my screen now. Let me know once you're able to see.
Yes, I'm able to see.
Yeah. So now what we have done is, we've started one application server domain. And while configuring application server domain, you had given some database credentials and one app user credential. So, which means if it started booted correctly, which means your database is up, it is functioning correctly, all the credentials that you have given are correct. So your database is up, your application server domain is up. But no one is connecting to your application server, right? There should be one web server which should connect to your application server, right? Which is not existing right now. So what we are going to do, we are going to create a web server which would connect to our application server, right? So we are going to create one web server domain now, which will connect to the application server we have just created. And Yeah, let's do that. And after that, we will create one batch server as well from the same menu, PS admin. Like batch server and application server, they're pretty similar. We'll configure that now. You can share your screen again. I'll stop sharing.
Not able to share.
Okay, let me make you the presenter. Yeah, done. So have you noted what all IDs you require to configure an application server?
Application server, that's done now. We have just done it.
Yeah. So have you noted the IDs that we require, like connect ID and application user ID? Like what all details we put in the application server? Just
Yes.
note those IDs
Yeah.
down.
Connect ID is small letter people. Password is the same. People ka L is 1, and database is the same. What we have kept it, and password is this, and domain name we have created. So sorry. PS
Domain connection password.
and PEPS, and then password
User
for
ID.
PS is user ID small letter CS92 U123. That's okay.
Okay. Let's go back to the virtual box.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we'll not go full screen because it does not
Yeah.
help that much.
Helps.
Yeah. Let's go to web server menu now. So you can go back. You quit. Okay, sorry. We have to go to web server. Type PS admin again and go to web server. Click on create a domain. Now here you have two options. Either you can create a domain or you can replicate from an existing domain. So we are going to create it from scratch because we want to see what all values we require. But before that, let's see the current configuration of our. One second. No, don't go to replicate domain.
Okay.
Click Q.
Okay.
Get out of this. Go to administer a domain. PeopleSoft. Let's see what ports are configured for this domain. Go to configure this domain. So it is using 8000. SSL port is 8443. Minimum heap size 5 to max 512. That's it. Okay, let's configure this. Click Q. Get out of this.
So here,
go to create a domain. Click first option, create domain. Now we need to fill all these details for creating a web server. Now, if you see, like we have to change the values starting from the first option. Type 1. We have to give, domain name. You can give same CS92U032. Yeah.
I'll just make a
No. 032. Not 123, 032. Yeah. Enter.
I just make a note here.
See if you can copy this text. Do one thing. Go to your virtual box.
Yeah.
Select everything. Like scroll. Just select something. Click somewhere and drag.
Okay. No, no.
Yeah, click on
Yeah.
capture. Now click somewhere and drag. Like starting from
No,
domain
I'm
name.
not able to take mouse. It's not happening.
Okay. Just click somewhere and drag randomly. See where your mouse is.
No, its mouse is not at all.
Okay.
It's,
Okay. Better you take a screenshot if you want to.
actually, I'm not able to. Okay, I'll take on a photo. This is not happening. Mohan, sorry. Give me a minute, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's first fill this information, then we will take a screenshot. So now web server, it is WebLogic. WebLogic is a product of Oracle, so that should not be changed. Third option is root directory, which is opt Oracle. That is fine. We will not change that. Web server login ID system, that is okay. We have to specify the password for system. Click option 5. Here, just check what we had given for the first domain.
Password, huh?
Yeah.
Let me see the file that I Yeah.
For system, you had given system at the rate 123 S capital. Last fourth.
Okay.
Yeah. So you have to give the same here. Like it's not mandatory to give the same password, but we'll keep it same.
Hmm.
Yeah. You have to type it manually.
Yeah. What? Not able to go backspace. Why this asterisk is coming?
Sorry, click on the screen. Capture. Type something.
No.
Click once again.
The mouse is gone now.
Okay. Type something.
Okay, yeah. Then this is not going. The first asterisk is not going.
Okay. Do one thing. Press enter. Now press enter once again.
So that is automatically is
Yeah.
coming. The first.
Automatically
Okay.
it is coming. Okay. Give system at the rate 123 S capital.
Yes.
Yeah. Now next is website name. We will keep PS because the website name for our first domain is also PS. So we'll keep it same. Application server, we can keep it localhost. That's fine. GSL port. GSL port we had given 9100. So we will change that value. Go to option 8 and give 9100. Enter. Now HTTP port, it was 8000 for the first domain. Let's give 8100 for the second domain. Enter. Now HTTPS port, you can give 8143.
143.
Yeah. Option 10.
Sorry.
Option 9 is already set. Yeah, you can give 81. Okay. We'll have to change the HTTP port once again to 8100.
Oh. So 9 8100.
Yeah.
Yes.
Go to option 10. give 8143. Enter. Yep. Now authentication domain can be blank. Web profile, you can keep it prod. Web profile user ID PT web server. We have to give password for PT web server, which is PT web server, I guess. Right? That is what we gave, right?
Check. Yes, it is the same.
Yeah. Give that value here. Type something. Yeah. Yeah. Then integration gateway ID is administrator. Integration gateway password we have to set. Press 16. Give the password CS92U123 in capital. Yeah. Then applications connection. App server connection password. Option 17. So while configuring the application server, we had given a password, right, for domain connection. The same password in capital. CS92U123 in capital.
So a domain app, we have created 2 app servers, no?
Yeah, correct. So now we want to connect this web server to our app server that we have created. Yeah. And then SSL key store password also you can change. Press option 18 and give CS the same pattern.
CS.
Yeah.
What I have given here, I'll just check here.
And this key store password, last one. Yeah. So yeah, that's all. We have given all the values. Let's press C to create a domain. Before that, if you want to take a screenshot, you can take it.
Taken.
Yeah.
Again 2.
So it says that no. 1 second. It is saying that it has encountered some problem while attempting to create a domain. So we have to check the log file to see what went wrong. It has given the log file path as well.
Yes.
Yeah. So let's go there and check what went wrong. Press Control C. One more time. Control C. Yeah. Go to Home PSADM2. What was that path? Can you shift page up?
Yeah.
One more time. Yeah, it was Home PSADM2 PSFT PT861. Okay. We'll go to this path. Shift page down. Go to Home CD/Home in small letters. CD space /home, the other slash, and slash PSADM2.
Okay, we have to give direct everything.
Yeah, you can give till whatever you remember. You can give PSADM2. Enter.
I have taken screenshot.
Okay. PSFT PT 8.61. Press enter.
Can I enter complete?
Yeah, or you can ls and yeah, that's fine. If you have the full path, give the full path web serve. Don't type the file name. Just we need the path till the parent folder of that file.
Yes, correct.
You
It's a
can
file name. Yeah.
enter. Now type ls. Yeah. So this one pia install cs92 install dot. So type vi
Yeah.
space pia install. You can type tab, then capital C and tab.
Capital C in that.
Yeah. Type capital C and then type tab. Press tab button. Yeah. Enter. What does it say?
Its WebLogic installation is not correct. Please check WebLogic installation installer.
Okay. Then which means the WebLogic home that we have specified is not correct. So 1 second, response file. Props WebLogic installation is not correct. Okay, that's fine. Come out of this file.
Colon small q.
Yeah. Type ps admin. Okay, or press Control C once again. Sorry, press Control C. ls. See the PIA install of the first domain. Type vi space PIA install PIA tab, then PeopleSoft tab. Enter. So here response file.
Logic domain created successfully. It is telling.
Yeah, this is the first domain that was created. Right.
Okay.
So
On 25th.
okay. So we had given incorrect path for WebLogic path. We'll have to correct that. Let's just note this path: OPT, OPT, Oracle, PSFT, PT. This one, yeah. BEA.
Yeah.
Till BEA we want.
Shall I exit from here now?
Yeah, you can exit from here and go to that path once, cd/opt/Oracle /PSFT. Yeah, that's still there. Can you press enter? Press enter.
Here till BA.
Yeah, BA is also fine. Enter. LS. Yeah. Do you have the WLS server folder?
Yes, it is there. Yes, it is.
server. Okay. That is your WebLogic installation. So we have to give the path of this directory for WebLogic path. Type pwd.
Present working directory.
Yeah. So we have to type this path: opt oracle psft ptbr. Okay. Let's type ps admin. Go to web server. Administer. Yeah. No, go back. We don't want to do anything with this. Create a domain. Go to create a domain and then create a domain once again. Let's quickly enter all the values. For option 1, enter CS92U032. No, 032. Yeah, then web server root directory. That's where we made the mistake. Choose option 3. We have to give that path till BIA.
Fine. So directly forward slash shall I start?
Yeah, correct. OPT Oracle in small letters you have to give. So the file names in Linux and Unix are case sensitive. So capital OPT and small OPT, they will be treated differently. PTBIA. Yeah, that's it. Enter. Then option 5, system @123, S capital. Then GSL port, 8th option.
9 na?
Yeah, 8100. You give 8100 there. And we have to change option 8 as well, which should be 9100. That is what we've used for our new domain.
And 10 also?
HTTP port, you change it to 8143. Like 8143. Then option 14, PT web server in capital. Then integration gateway password 16. CS92 in capital letters.
Yes, CS92 U.
U123.
1, 2, 3.
Yep. Then what else? App server connection password.
SSL.
Then SSL key store password.
This is also same.
Yeah. Yeah. Press C.
Sorry.
So now our path is correct. So it is creating our web server. It will take around a minute or two.
Okay, I'll come in 10 seconds.
Yeah, sure.
So already we have created one more domain. Right? But now we have given the same convention and created one more.
No.
Or maybe
So
that has
the
not
last
been
one,
created yet.
correct, because of the error. Yeah, so it has been created. Let's go to now. It has been created. We want to verify if our web server is up or not. So to do that, we'll go to that domain, go to administer a domain, go to our new domain, first one, check the status, third option. So it says the domain status is stopped. Now we will try to boot this domain. Yeah. So it is now in running state. Press Control C. Control C again. Type host name space -I, capital I. Enter. Yeah. Use this IP address.
I think the same.
Okay. Go to your browser.
Browser, huh?
Yeah.
Hmm?
And type that IP address http:// yeah the yeah that one, but with a different port number. So we had used 8100. So change it to 8100 and press enter. Yeah. So our web server is up now. It is connected to the application server we've just created. Let's go to that web application and try to log in. If our login is successful, that means your app server is also working fine. There is no issue.
So yesterday, like last time, what we have access with 8000 is the built-in web server what they had given.
Correct. Correct. Now,
And an application server also, we have not configured anything that time.
correct. Right.
Now we have created one app server also. Today we have created one
Web server as well.
also.
So yeah, let's try to log in here.
Hope it is correct. It's processing, yeah.
Yeah, it is logged in, which means your application server is also working fine. Your website is also up because your web server, like we've just booted the web server and we are accessing it using the new port 8100. Now I'll share my screen and show you like how it is set up in production. You know, like for example, let me know once you're able to see.
Yes, I'm in.
So for example, let's say this is your web server. This is your web server, and say it is connected to one application server, and it would be connected to one database, right? Now say here is your user. He's using your web server to access the application. What if something happens to the web server and it goes down? Your domain is down. So what would happen? He would see an error in his browser, like the website is down at the moment or something like that. Or say web server is up. He is able to see the website, but when he logs in, he gets an error that the application server is down at this time. So which means that say this domain is down. So that is when it will display that message. So in production, you will not set it up like this. Like you will not just have one web server and one app server. That is now, that is like, it does not work like that. You have to make sure that your user does not see any downtime page or any downtime message when he is accessing the application. And that kind of an arrangement is called high availability. So you have to consider while designing your application that your application is highly available, right? And what that means is, like, we have created, now we have two web servers, we have two application servers, but for what? For one application only, right? One campus solution database. Like the backend is same for both the application servers. Even though there are two domains, they are connecting to the same database. Whatever you see through one link, the same things you will be able to see from the other link. There would be no difference at all. So in production, what happens is these components, they are multiple. Say there are two web servers and then there are two application servers, right? And there is one database, right? So when, like now, in our case, we had started our web server on 8000 first domain, and we had started second on 8100. Now you tell me, is it possible for us to give two URLs to the users? Like, hey, you access the first URL. If it is down, you access the second one.
No, we
Like
cannot.
that's not how it works. So we need to give them one URL which they can access, and everything, like if it has to be highly available, that has to be done by the infra team, the PS admins and the architects. So what happens is, in production like scenario, there is something called load balancer or reverse proxy. There is one more component basically which sits in front of this, say your load balancer, which uses port 443 or say which uses port 80. We'll just understand this with a simple HTTP example. So you know that the default port for HTTP is 80. So, and say you have assigned a DNS for this load balancer machine with psftcs.abc.com. Your company name is say ABC. So the user is always going to enter psftcs.abc.com, and in the backend, it is this load balancer is going to connect to both these web servers. Correct?
Yes.
So the task of the load balancer is that it has to check the health status of these backend servers, and whichever is up, the request should go there only. Like if the component is down, user request should not go to that web server, right? So user is always going to access the site using psftcs.abc.com, but in the background, this load balancer is going to send the request to either web server 8000 or web server 8100, whichever is up. If both are up, then you have different configurations on load balancer. Say in a round robin configuration, it would send the first request to the first web server, the second request to the second web server, and it will keep doing that. There are other algorithms as well. So one such example is least connection. So it will check which web server has less connections. It will send the next request to that web server. And there are various other algorithms. So based on the algorithm, load balancer is going to send the request to the web server machine which is up, like web server which is up. So what it means is if web server 8000 is down, 8100 can take care of your user request till you bring up 8000, right? Once 8000 is also up, both the web servers will receive the request. Is it clear?
Yes.
Now, if the user is connected to web server 8000, the subsequent request should also go to 8000. Like say he's accessing the application, and as he clicks the buttons or as he does the transaction, multiple HTTP requests will be sent to the web server, right? All those requests should follow to 8000 only. Like if user 1, say, let's make a copy of this. This is user 1. If his request went to 8000 first, all his subsequent requests should also go to 8000 so that there is no break in session. Like otherwise his session would break. He will see the logout page. If the next request goes to 8100, this will not know about this user's session, right? So it will show the login page to the user. That is not what we want. So what we want is if a user is connected to 8000, all the requests should go to 8000. Now say second user, load balancer decides to send the request to 8100, all his subsequent requests should go to 8100. But if any of these fails, then the one which is available will take all the requests. Right?
I have a question here. Like there are two users. Suppose not exactly two users. I am using the browser in two different windows. Same browser basically. New tab, and I'm
Right.
trying to access with a different user IDs.
So if you are using in the same browser session,
Same
it will not
browser,
allow you.
different. That's what not allowed.
Right. It will not allow you because it tracks the user IDs using something called PS token. There is a cookie which is set on the browser called PS token, which has the user ID when he logged in, when his like when the session should expire, this token should expire, the database information, all that is there in PS token cookie, and this decides like who is logged in right now. So if you log in with another user in the same browser, this will get overwritten. PS token will get overwritten. So whichever you logged in later, say you used user ID 1 first and then user ID 2. So in different browsers, sorry, in different windows. So if you logged in with user ID 2 later, the session in the first window will also change to user 2. Like if you click something there, it will act as you're logged in with user 2 there as well.
Yeah, yeah. Because
Got it, right?
generally, yeah, I got it why it is happening now. But generally, if I access some bank a website and I open the like two users, same browser, two windows,
Hmm.
I will be able to access both the this thing. Or
Correct.
no?
Right. But that's the you can say limitation of PeopleSoft. It will not allow you to log in with two different IDs in the same browser.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You can use incognito or you can use different browsers, but in the same, like if you have two windows, you cannot access application using different IDs in the same browser.
Yeah, because sometimes I need to test three different types of user. If suppose this workflow is there, yeah, so approval and
Then
all
you have
those,
to,
use three different browsers or incognito.
yeah, you have to use three different incognito in that case.
Yeah. Okay.
So now, still here it is fine. How about web server? Say this web server is connected to this app server and this web server is connected to this app server. The user got connected to 8000. His request will go through, say, let me edit this value and call it 9000 and this one as 9100.
Mm-hmm.
The request will go to 9000. But what if this 9000 goes down? So till here it is fine. Web server was up, and as soon as this got the request, it will forward it to 9000. If this component is down, again your website is down for the user. We don't want that scenario as well.
Mm-hmm.
So what we do is one web server is again like, it load balances among two application servers. So what you will have is something like this. So this web 8000 connects to 9000 as well as 9100, and this 8100 connects to
Okay.
again same ulta.
So for app 9000 and application server 9100, web 800 and 81 both are load balancers. No?
Yeah,
The
correct. So
act as a load balancer.
right. So web server acts as a load balancer for both the application servers.
Okay.
It's not. Yeah. So yeah, and then the application servers, they connect to the database, right? So whichever application server the user connects to, they will end on the same database, right? So this is how it is usually set up in production, where you need highly available website, highly available application, right? And now we are going to see how this is configured. Like we have already created two web servers. We have tested that both are up, like both are accessible on different ports. This load balancer setup, like we cannot do it. I mean, we cannot test it on your computer, but like this, this usually will be a common product across various applications in the organization. It's not that you will buy a load balancer just for PeopleSoft. So in an organization, say there are 200 websites. So they will have just one load balancer product for all 200 websites. And then you just keep on configuring any additional website on that load balancer. Like that's how it works in a company. So but we have these 8000 and 8100. We have these as well, and we have our database. Now what we want is, if my 9000 is down, the request should go to 9100. It should not impact the user. Like if he is connected to 8000, still if 9000 is down, the request should go to 9100. If this is down, it should go to 9000. Or if both are up, the request should be load balanced. Right? That is what we want. And
So
we are
make
going to
it
do
down.
this. Yeah, we will do this configuration first and then test it. Right? So now you can share your screen.
Sure.
One second, I'll have to make you the presenter. Yeah, now you can share your screen.
Yeah, I'm sharing it.
Now let's first see what happens when the application server is down. So go to our application server which we've just created, and bring it down.
Okay. So I'll just first click on one.
No, you have to go to PS admin menu first.
And then one, administer a domain. Then we have two domains. SPC DOM was already created, and CS92U032 we have created. So we are going to bring
The new one down. Yeah. Shut down. Second option.
normal
Force shutdown. You can go with normal or forced. Like right now nobody is logged in, so both options are.
Second one we have logged in. Na? We are logged in.
Yeah, we are logged in, but like what happens is, if you shut down normally, if some transaction is going on, it will wait for that transaction to complete. Our application is idle right now. Like we have not clicked on any button. The request, like we are not waiting for any request to be completed. So it does not matter if we go with normal or forced. We can go with normal. So it is going to bring all the services down. Now go back to the browser where you are already logged in.
Yeah.
Now click on OK. Now click on the tile.
Okay.
Yeah, it has thrown you out of the application. Now put something. Put the credentials. PS.
Application server is down at this
time. Yep. Now what we are going to do is open the 8000 link on a new tab. Enter. Give PS and PS password. So what it means is, our web server and application server right now, they have one-to-one mapping. So one web server is connected to one application server, correct?
Yes.
So now, and because of that, if the application server is down, any request going through that web server will be like user will see the downtime message. But we don't want the user to see this. So we are going to configure that high availability now. We're going to load balance through our web server. So let's go to our new web server. Press Q. No, yeah, in the VM. Q, go to web server 3, administrator domain, CS92, and here we are going to select edit configuration files, fifth option. Select, where is that? Okay, configuration.properties is not there. Okay, press Q and press Q once again. Yeah, just note this path, PIA home path. So home PS ADM2 PSFT PT 8.61. We have to go to this path. You can type Control C, Control C, Control C once again. Yeah, go to that PSCFG home. Okay, type CD $. You don't have to type that path. $PS underscore CFG underscore home. Enter. LS. Go to web server. LS. Go to our new domain. Here we need to find a configuration file called configuration.properties. So we are going to find that using a command. Type find, FIND, space, dot, space, hyphen name together, space, config star, like everything together now, config star, dot, prop, PROP, star. Star. No. Don't add a dot. Prop star.
Okay.
Yeah. So now let me first explain this command. We want to find a file with this name, with this name, like starting with config. Then there can be any character. Wildcard, like asterisk is a wildcard character. So for multiple characters, we use asterisk. Then dot prop, because our file name is configuration.properties. So we've just added some string of it, like substring, and then star, dot prop, then star. And this dot symbol, find dot. Dot means current directory. So I have to start searching from current directory. So you have to specify from where you want to search, like inside which folder you want to search for this file. So we want to search for this file from our current directory, like all the subfolders in my current directory. Press enter.
That's when we are not using ls because that will be in the same folder, not subfolder.
Correct. Right. So as you can see, the first one, portal.war, which is for our, what do you say, online transactions. So we have to go to this path, go to CD space applications. No, not slash, just applications. APP and then tab. Then PEOP tab, portal, capital PO tab, web INF, capital W tab, PSFT docs, PS, enter. LS, LS config star. Yeah. So we have to modify this file. This is the main file for web server. You have your application server details here. You have your web profile, Like we had used prod web profile during our configuration, so that gets stored in this configuration file. Let's vi this file, vi
Yeah.
on config tab. Enter. Now type //
Hmm.
ps ser. Enter. Yeah. Now scroll down with the arrow key. Just keep scrolling down. Scroll down. Yeah. Wait. Scroll up a little. Did we? Yeah. Here only. So if you see ps server equal to localhost dot local domain 9100, like that's our application server, right?
Correct.
So we need to add one more application server domain so that the requests get load balanced among those application servers.
Hmm.
And to do that, we just have to add a comma. So after going there, type shift A. Shift
Yeah.
A is for appending at the end of the file. Type comma. Okay,
Hmm.
you've already typed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then localhost dot local domain colon 9033. That's the jolt port of our first application server. Correct?
Jolt port. Okay.
Right. Now escape key.
Yeah.
So it will come out of the insert mode. So when you are editing, you are in insert mode. When
Mm-hmm.
you are not editing, like when you are searching for something or you want to exit the file, save the file, you are in control mode. So escape, you can use escape key
Mm-hmm.
to get out of the insert mode. If you want to go again in insert mode, you have to press escape I, right? But we don't want that.
Mm-hmm.
Our changes are done. Let's save this file. Now type colon WQ. WQ. W is for saving the file
Mm-hmm.
and Q is to quit, like
Okay.
get out of the file, close the file in short. Enter. Yeah. So now let's restart this web server domain. Go to ps admin. Okay, web server, go to third option. So whichever domain's configuration file you are changing, you have to bounce that domain. So before bouncing, let's go and check still the application server is showing down, right? Go to the browser once.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Here, go to the first link and enter something, some random character.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and click on sign in. Yeah, same
Yeah.
message, right? Application server is down at this time. Yeah. Go back to your VM and restart that domain.
So second
Select
domain.
the first one.
Sorry. First one.
Yeah. So first shut it down. Second option. Click yes. Now when you shut it down,
Mm-hmm.
okay. When you shut it down,
Mm-hmm.
go to the browser. Go to the browser and refresh the page.
Sorry. Mm-hmm. Its application server is down at this time. 810.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's wait for some time till the web server goes down. Go to the VM once again.
Syntax error.
Syntax error, which okay, type Control C. Yeah. Press Q. Get out of this menu. Yeah. Type PS-EF.
EF.
No, PS space. PS space -EF. One second. You have to put grep filter as well. Put pipe symbol, grep, Java in small letters, space, pipe symbol, grep, our domain name, CS9
Domain is
032.
032.
Right, enter. Yeah, it is still up. You do one thing, kill it. Type kill, KILL, space, -9. -9 is for terminating the PID, space. You have to enter the PID number, process ID number. So if you see just next to PSADM2 in the results.
Yeah. 28743.
Yeah. Yep. Enter that. Enter. Now go to the browser. You refresh that page. Yeah. So now when your web server is down, you will not be able to access the website at all. Like from the browser, it would say that your site cannot be reached, right? But if you are seeing the login page, which means that the web server is up. And if you get any error after that, that means there is some problem with the application server. Okay. Let's boot that domain now. PS admin. Go to web servers. Administer. First option, boot. So are you learning anything new? Like, do you see any benefit?
Yeah, sure. Yes, actually, absolutely. Yeah. I'm able to understand many
Okay.
things, actually. Just need these recordings, actually, so that whenever I get time, I'll make my own notes.
Sure. Sumaya can provide that.
I have asked, actually, Sumaya. I have asked today morning itself, I have asked. So,
Okay. Okay, it's in running status. Go to the browser. Open a new tab.
Yeah.
Enter the URL with 8100. Enter. Yeah, your web server is up. Click on that. Enter the credentials. Now, even though your 9100 is down, you were still able to access the application, which means the request went to 9033.
Yes.
Right? So now your application is highly available, as in from application server's perspective, you have web server to application server is now one to many mapping. So there is one web server which connects to multiple application servers. And it's not that you can just connect to 2 application servers. The number can go higher. You can connect to 4, 5, 6 application servers as well.
Okay, so what we have done is 8100 has been mapped to both application servers.
Correct. So
but then we'll have to 8000 also will have to map both this thing app server.
No, not necessarily. In a ideal scenario, yes, you would do that. So in 8000's configuration as well, you would add both the application server details, so that your 8000 link also becomes highly available at the application server level. Your 8100 also becomes highly available at the application server level. And then in front of these 2 web servers, you will put a reverse proxy or a load balancer, so that user can be given the link of the load balancer, and your requests are then distributed among these web servers.
So load balancer also will configure all the web server ka
Yeah, correct.
properties.
Now, so we are done with the configuration. Like we have tested the functionality. I'll share my screen and try to explain you more.
Yeah.
Let me know once you're able to see.
Yes, I'm able to see.
Yeah, so this is what we've done in 8100. We've given the details of 9100 as well as this 9033. That is what our port is, right?
43 or 3?
So we opened the configuration for 8100, and we already had an entry for 9100. We just have added one more application server's details, and those were comma separated.
Yes.
So using comma, you can give multiple application servers, right? So now if 9100 is down, which is in our case, it is down, right? The request goes to 9033. This will handle the request. So now the request will go from the user to web server to 9033, then to database. Right, now you can do the same configuration for 8000 as well. Open the configuration file for 8000 and add the entry for this 9100, so that this one also becomes like, this would act as the load balancer for these application servers, right? And then these web servers will be configured on a load balancer or a reverse proxy server as backend hosts. So this is the first backend, this is the second backend. So those will be configured on the load balancer level, and the URL for this is shared with the end user. So end user is always going to hit the reverse proxy or the load balancer, and then the requests would be distributed, or it will be sent on the servers which are available, right? So in this way, our architecture becomes highly available. If something goes down, in short, you don't have a single point of failure.
So if this goes down, this is there to take care of the request, something like that. And then there is DR as well, like disaster recovery. There is a concept of disaster recovery. If say now you have these two web servers here, two application servers here, database here, and say these are there in say these are there in Hyderabad. And but if say something happens to the Hyderabad data center, your data should be secure, right? So what happens in production, you would have a replica of the same components on a different site. Say this is Mumbai. So if something happens to Hyderabad site, your Mumbai site can be used for the for bringing up the application. And in this case, there is some kind of a sync which is going on between these two databases. And like it's a huge topic in itself, you know, like how to configure it for making it highly available. But the basic concept is this data is, one second, what's happening? Yeah. Yeah. So what happens is the data is synced between these two sites using some technology. Oracle has different products for that as well, just for replication, like Active Data Guard, Golden Gate. There are different products. So your data is synced between two sites, and if something happens to your primary site, your disaster recovery site can be used to bring up the application. That's the concept of a DR, disaster recovery. And yearly once or 6 monthly once, what organizations do is they would practice this DR. Like say they would assume that something happened to the Hyderabad site. So they would deliberately bring down the services on Hyderabad, and they will bring up the services on Mumbai site, and they will test the application. This is just like fire drill which happens in the organization, right? Just to test it if your fire extinguishers are working fine, if people are aware of the protocol or not, what are the steps to be followed, where should be the assembly area. So there are a series of steps that you need to perform during the drill. Similar exercise is done by the organizations where they would bring down the primary site deliberately, and they would bring up the services on the DR site, disaster recovery site, and they would test the application. This exercise is also known as DR exercise, disaster recovery exercise, which happens periodically, like depends on how critical your application is. And so 6 monthly once or yearly once, this exercise happens. And you test if your DR site is functioning properly or not, the data sync is happening properly or not, all those things. Yeah. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So we are going to stop here today. Tomorrow we'll see the process scheduler configuration, and then we'll move on to the online pages, right?
Okay.
The online configuration. So related to say process scheduler or integration broker, we'll see all of that. So tomorrow we will wrap up everything related to the server, related to the domains, and one part would still be remaining, that is Elasticsearch. That I'll see if I can show you how to set it up. We'll check it on your VM. If we have capacity, we will set up Elasticsearch as well. If not, I will set it up on my server and show you the steps. Yeah. So till now, like what we have done is we've installed VirtualBox. We've run at psft dpk.bat script, and like it has validated everything, downloaded the dpks in your VM, and now it needs some inputs from our end. So it is asking which type of installation do you want. So there are three types of databases. First is PUM, second is demo, and third is sys. So we had discussed about that, I think, in the last session. So let me, yeah. So PUM image is when you, like PUM database, you would install when you want to apply a PUM image to your environment, like to your target environment. Other two options, demo and sys. So in demo, you will have some demo data. So you'll have some demo users, demo transactions that you can, use for your POCs. You can use for testing the delivered functionalities. So you can use demo database for that. And the third one is sys database, which is a blank database, which is also called vanilla database, which does not have any demo data. It is usually used when you have to do a fresh installation of PeopleSoft, and you have to load your own company's data into that. So for our use case, we can go with demo database. So select fresh, type fresh here, enter. Yes. Now it is asking you which type of fresh database do you want, demo or sys. So we would go with demo, enter. Do you want multi-language support? No, you can say no. Now here we have to be a bit careful. So the first question is your database name, and please note these values in a notepad as well.
Sure.
Open a notepad file.
Yeah, it's already open. Sorry.
No, not here.
Yeah.
Click on cancel.
Yeah. CS92.
So database name, you can give anything, but the default one that it has chosen is CS92U032. And this means Campus Solutions 9.2 update 32.
Okay, but update
what it
33 was there, no? That is fine. That is
No,
different.
but we are using, that is the latest release, but we have used the files which were already downloaded on your PC, which was 32.
32. Yeah.
So, yeah, and it is good for us because we can now use 33 to apply, like we can install a PUM database of 33, and then we can, compare like what all bugs are fixed in 33. So let's go ahead with this database name. You can click enter. Yeah. Now it is asking for database listener port, which is by default 1521. We will leave it as is. Click enter. Now it is asking for sys password. This is your database super user password, like DBA super user. So open your notepad once again.
Yeah.
Press enter and type sys, SYS, slash, forward slash, no, the other one.
Okay.
And then you give the password for sys, whatever you are going to set. So let's decide on one pattern and we will keep the same pattern everywhere. Let's keep it CS92.
CS92.
U 123.
Okay.
Yeah, let's use this password for for this sys. So just okay, or you can enter it manually.
Yeah,
Go
I'll do
to
that.
the screen. Enter the password.
I'm not able to enter. I'm not
Yeah,
able to
it
enter.
will not be visible. It will not be
Oh, okay.
visible.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, fine.
So just press backspaces. If you have
Yeah, I have
entered
done that.
something, just yeah. Now type again.
SYS. Yeah, I'm doing it. CS 92 U 1 2 3. Enter.
You don't. Okay, 1 second. Have you entered
Hmm.
sys as well at the
Yes, yes.
beginning? No, right? No, no.
I
Just
have
backspace.
entered. Oh, okay. Okay, fine, fine,
Backspace
fine.
everything. Sys is your username. So in the notepad, we have
Fine.
mentioned the username / password. So just enter the password. Enter the password CS92.
Yeah.
Yeah, same. Re-enter.
CS 92 U 1 2 3. Yeah.
Now it is asking what should be your connect ID. So we saw that connect ID is an ID which has limited access, which is used for initial connection. So we are going to keep it same. Just press enter. So our connect ID is people. Yeah. Now we have to give password for people.
Okay.
So let's go to your notepad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Type people in small letters.
Okay.
/ PEOP, small letters, PEOP 1E. 1E. Yeah. So this is the password that you have to use. Could you
Okay.
also save this file somewhere?
I
We
will.
don't
I'll do
lose
that.
track of.
Anyhow, I'm making a note in the notebook also.
Yeah.
PEOP 1E.
1E. Yeah.
Yeah.
Enter. Again, enter the same.
I think I have entered in caps lock. What should I do?
You just enter some random string and press enter. It will say it is incorrect.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So now again
Now enter correct.
PEOP 1E. PEOP 1E. Yeah.
Enter.
Just enter.
Okay. No, no, no. Don't enter now. No. Now it is asking for access ID password. So connect ID you have already given.
People
Right. Correct. So sysadmin's password. Go to your notepad. Note this ID.
Sysadmin. Yeah.
Sysadm. SYSADM. Type /. Just put the same password. CS92U123. Yeah. Enter that on your screen as well. CS92U123.
CS92U123. CS92U123. Yeah. You may include.
Now it is asking for PS password. So you can type like this is the actual user you would be using to access PIA. So you can give some password to this. You can use the same password CS92U123. Let's use the same pattern for all the IDs.
1, 2, 3. CS 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
Yeah. Now we are doing this just for simplicity, but in your actual PeopleSoft environment, you'll have different passwords for all this. Now, domain connection password it is asking for. You can give the same. Just repeat CS92U123.
Yeah.
Now it is asking for WebLogic system password. Give the same pattern. So this system is used for logging into your. Okay, it says it does not satisfy the criteria. No. Okay, just go to your notepad once.
Yeah.
Let's first note what all IDs we have configured. So on the next line, type ps slash in capital letters, ps slash
Yeah.
slash cs92u123. That is what we have given. Enter domain connection password. Type domain connection password. Yeah, same password. Yeah, then what else did we give?
I think
Then
WebLogic.
Type okay. Type system in notepad.
WebLogic.
Type system slash S capital.
System is this whatever I have typed or
No. In the password.
Okay.
Type system @ 123. You can use this password for system. Passwords do not match. Enter again.
October 23. 10. Correct.
Yeah, okay. Now it is asking
profile.
for PT web server's password, which is used for your PeopleSoft web profile. So enter that user in your notepad first. PT web server. Slash. Type the same thing. PT web server. Let's keep user ID and password same. Yeah, enter that on your terminal.
Integration
now it is
gateway user.
asking for integration gateway user. We will keep it same. Press enter. Administrator is the user. Now you have to give password for administrator. Give the same pattern. CS92U123.
Yes.
Yep. Now it is asking for key store password. That is, key store is used to store all your certificates. Give the same password. CS92U123.
Yeah.
Now in your notepad, just
Yeah, that's what I
note
said.
this administrator as well as key store.
Administrator password, key store password. What is this one? Is
Key store you can type key store password hyphen.
Okay.
Yeah, the user is not key store, so there is no user as such. You just type key store password. Yeah, that's it. Now,
Administrator is the user. Key store is not.
Administrator is the user, correct. IB user. Now
What
it is
is it?
asking, are you happy with your answers? Yes. Now it is encrypting all the passwords that you've entered, and it will write them into the YML files, Puppet Sierra YML files that it has done. Now it is asking, do you want to continue with default initialization process? Say yes. Now it is doing all the stuff. It will take some time. So it is going to install your database, your people tools, WebLogic, Tuxedo. It will create one app server, one batch server, one web server. It will start those domains. So it will do all this automatically one by one. So now there is no input required from us, but it will take around 4 to 5 hours. So let's see if it happens quickly. Like it generally takes around 4 hours. So let's wait. So now just save that notepad file that you've created. Yeah. So now you know what all passwords are required, what all users are required for configuration, right? So first one, sys. This is
First one is,
with
I think it is database, no?
the database name. Correct. Database name.
Name is this, and then
Right.
I
This is
think
your
then there was one port also, no? 15 listener
1521. 1521 is the
21.
default listener port.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Correct.
Then the next is sys, which is your super user, Oracle database super user.
Okay, I will
Then there
write
is
that. This is a
people is connect ID.
connected. Yeah. And
Right. Then this is access ID. Then next one is your user ID, PeopleSoft user ID. And this ID will also be used for your for configuring your application servers and batch servers. So this PS user, it will be used for your application server and batch server as well. So it is used in the configuration. So to configure your app server and batch server, you need a PeopleSoft user ID, right? Who has access to boot the application server and the batch server. Yeah. Then domain connection password. This is for the application server. This is used in like this is the password for application server domain. Right? And this will be used by your web server to connect to your application server. Used by web server. Application server. Right. Without this password, it will not be able to connect. And this is optional. You can mention that as well. This domain connection password is not a mandatory thing. It's an optional value that you can provide for security. right? Then this system, this is WebLogic user, WebLogic super user, you can write. Right. Then next is web profile user. Web profile user, it is used by the web server.
Web server, no?
Correct. Then next is integration gateway user. And last one is key store password. It's used for key store, for storing your certificates. Yeah.
Correct certificate, correct.
It is deploying database server. It will take some time. So it has deployed the application components. It has done the system settings. System settings is in your kernel parameters, and like there are some parameters which needs to be modified, like and they are called kernel parameters. So in your OS, in your operating system, the central part is the kernel, right? And kernel, there are some parameters which would, which would decide the behavior of the kernel, like say how many file descriptors can be opened, how many processes can be created on the server. All those are the parameters which you can modify. So PeopleSoft system needs those parameters to be at least of some value. So say number of processes should at least be 6,000, 65,000. So all those parameters it will set in this step, setting up system settings.
Okay.
So now this is all going to be wait and watch. We're going to, it is going to perform all the steps sequentially, and this is going to take some time. So what we will do is you monitor the screen. If it goes fine, let it be. If it fails, for example, we'll check it in tomorrow's session.
Okay.
We are not certain that it will complete in 1 hour or 2 hours. So let this happen. If it fails, we will check the logs tomorrow. If it succeeds, we will set up the application tomorrow.
Okay. Fine.
Okay.
So once it gets installed correctly, then we'll just have to up the application or up everything. Am I right?
So this is going to start your domains as well, the script. So you don't have to start them manually. But if you stop this virtual box image and you start it again, then you'll have to start the services.
Okay.
Right. But this time, like in this initialization process, it will start the domains as well. So the app, it will bring up the application in short.
Okay, fine.
Right. So once it completes, you will be able to access the URL using the IP address :8000. We'll see that tomorrow once this installation completes. We'll try to access that URL.
Okay.
Okay, so it has deployed Oracle database server. It is deploying PeopleTools components. Oh, let me see from my screenshots
Okay.
what all steps are pending here. So it is right now on People Tools components. It has to do a lot of things actually. Are you able to see?
Okay, right. No. Yeah, I'm able to see now.
So right now it has deployed your application components, Oracle database. It is on this People Tools components, right? So then it is going to do all these steps, right? It will set up your PeopleSoft database. So deploying as in it has installed your database server, right? The software which is required to set up your database. That software is installed in this step, but the actual database configuration, setting up the PeopleSoft database, importing the data, creating, like executing all the scripts related to database, all those things are done in this step, setting up PeopleSoft database, which is going to take a lot of time.
Okay.
Then it will set up your application server domain, scheduler domain, PIA domain. It will change the passwords according to what you have given, and then it would, do all these steps. It will boot the domains, and then it will end the setup process. So it will take some time. Yeah.
So PIA domain is what domain now? Application server
Web
domain.
server.
No, that's it. PIA is web server.
PIA is
Right?
your web server. So, like the PeopleSoft website, we generally say that,
Correct.
PIA is
PIA.
down, PIA, bring up the PIA. That is your web server.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.